Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members, there will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please be seated. The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the House, notwithstanding Rule 29, which provides for the sequence of proceedings, resolves that there will be no notices of motion and motions as referred to in the Rule 97G from Tuesday, 22nd July to the Thursday, 24th July, 2014.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? None. Agreed to. The second motion on the order paper, it's in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the House resumes proceedings of the following bills from the stage that they reached on the last sitting of the sixth session of the Fourth Parliament. 1, Integrated Coastal Management Amendment Bill, and Medicines and Related Substances Amendment Bill. I so move.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The third motion is also in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the House resumes proceedings on the Defense Amendment Bill and the Medical Innovation Bill from the stage at which they were referred to the Portfolio Committee on Defense and Military Veterans and Portfolio Committee on Health, respectively, in the sixth session of the Fourth Parliament.
I now put the motion. Any objections? None. Agreed to. The fourth motion, also in the name of the Chief Whip.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the House, noting the imminent appointment of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence upon the finalization of all legal prescripts, appoint an ad hoc committee to allow members of the National Assembly to be briefed prior to the debate on vote number 10, National Treasury, in brackets State Security. The committee to consist of 11 members with top secret security clearance as follows: ANC, DE Dlakude, ZS Dlamini Dubazana, DD Gamede, DM Gumede, CC September, JJ Skosana, and the DA, DJ Stebe, EFF, DL Twala, IFP, AM Ponchane, NFP, SC Ngwabe, and UDM, BH Holomisa.
I now put the motion.
I'm not done yet.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I'm in a hurry. Sorry.
To conduct its proceedings in closed session in terms of the Rule 152, subsection 1B4, and members to conduct their functions in a manner consistent with the protection of the national security. 3, exercise those rules in Rule 138 it may deem necessary for the performance of its task, and 4, cease to exist upon the completion of the debate of vote 10, National Treasury, State Security. I so move.
I now put the motion. Any objection? None. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the order.
Debate on vote number 2, Parliament Appropriation Bill.
The Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members. The 20-year celebration of democracy is an occasion to reflect on the long walk we began as a country, some 20 years indeed. It is an occasion to celebrate the remarkable endurance of political institutions such as Parliament, our Constitution, and the remarkable spirit of the people of the country. Over the course of the last 20 years, the lives of our people have vastly improved, and South Africa is indeed a much better place than it was before 1994. In particular, this Parliament has played an instrumental role in the crafting and adoption of the Constitution. The repeal of the destructive apartheid laws, putting in place of hundreds of pieces of legislation, and introducing systems to safeguard this democracy. These are by no means small feats, but achievements that we should be proud of. Deputy Speaker, a few days ago, I had the honor of representing our people and Parliament at the United Nations International celebrations of Nelson Mandela Day in New York. To the billions who have been inspired and will remain inspired by our father, Nelson Mandela, he is more than a symbol of the victory of justice over injustice. Nelson Mandela represents the potential of every human being to create change in ourselves, in our country, and in the world. Upon his retirement from public life, Madiba urged that as long as many of our people still live in poverty, as long as children still live under plastic covers, as long as our people are still without jobs, no South African should rest and wallow in the joy of freedom. We must heed Madiba's wise words. It is now left to each one of us to carry forward the noble ideals for which he and other freedom fighters stood for, fought for, and died for. Deputy Speaker, for the 5th Parliament, the next stage of our historic journey presents not only enormous challenges, but also exciting opportunities. Yet we must recognize that the world is radically changing. We must recognize too that our nation and our world are under severe financial, security, and environmental strain. Recognize that the demands on and of parliamentary democracy are somewhat different now and in the future to that of the past. As we reflect on the current budget vote for Parliament, let us do so critically, but also with innovation and foresight, steadfast in our resolve to use financial and other resources with the utmost care and responsibility. Deputy Speaker, as the democratically elected representatives of our people, we have the honorable task to ensure government by the people under the Constitution. In doing so, I urge all parties represented in this chamber to heed the clarion call which has been amplified by the African National Congress for a robust, engaging, relevant, and activist parliament. A parliament that asserts its rightful role and status as one of the key institutions of democracy. One that not only holds government answerable but accountable for more effective and efficient service delivery. I say this very mindful that Parliament itself remains accountable to our people for ensuring that their needs find expression and are addressed at all times. Let us also accept this opportunity to refine our role in a new form of our social compact toward realizing the development goals of our nation, entrenching democracy, and contributing towards nation building. Deputy Speaker, as we begin engaging with our responsibilities as the fifth Parliament and charting the way forward, it is useful for us to reflect on the key developments and legacy issues emanating from our predecessors in the fourth Parliament. I also wish to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the previous speakers of this Parliament for their contribution towards shaping and deepening democracy in our country. They have greatly contributed to ensuring that this institution is one of the key pillars of our democracy. The fourth Parliament undertook an extensive process of restructuring its institutional support structure to ensure that the institution is suitably positioned to support members of Parliament. Whilst we acknowledge the strides made in the restructuring process, we must ensure that the process underway is aligned to the forthcoming strategic plan of the fifth Parliament. We must address the outstanding challenges in this regard so as to finalize the restructuring process during this financial year. Let us also be mindful of our responsibility to not only pass progressive labor laws, but ensure that we ourselves adhere to and implement these laws as far as possible. Our predecessors undertook an ambitious project to develop and refine Parliament structures and procedures to ensure that new and implementable rules and procedures respond to our changing circumstances. The fifth Parliament is expected to apply its mind to the new proposals via the Rules Committee, and once there is broad agreement, adopt these for implementation. The Rules Committee will hasten the implementation of proposals. During the fourth Parliament, the quality and constitutionality of legislation came into sharp focus due to numerous bills which were challenged in the Constitutional Court, Nohal. Pursuant to this, a number of corrective measures were introduced to ensure that our laws are at all times in keeping with the letter and spirit of the Constitution. A legal drafting unit was established, with members across the political sphere expressing their satisfaction with the work that this unit produced. The unit is now in the process of procuring an electronic drafting system, which was alluded to by the former speaker in his budget speech in 2013. The new system will assist committees and members of parliament to draft and effect amendments to bills and publishing in real time. This unit has also compiled a list of legislation that require constitutional amendment as per constitutional requirements, constitutional court judgments, public opinion, or gaps identified while assisting committees. It is envisaged that these proposed amendments will be effected by way of committee bills in the 5th Parliament. We must continue to support and strengthen the work of this unit. Committees and oversight model. The 4th Parliament cheers. I'll come to you that side. The 4th Parliament focused much of its energy and resources towards enhancing the functioning of parliamentary committees. This was done by reviewing the nature and quality of support available to them, as well as the mechanisms to implement the oversight and accountability model. Under the leadership of the 4th Parliament, a number of interventions to strengthen committees were proposed. As the 5th Parliament, we must continue to build on this important work and apply our minds on how best we implement the oversight model to ensure that we sharpen our oversight function. On money bills. The Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Act of 2009 laid the foundation for the kind of activist parliament we envisage. The Money Bills Act and the establishment of the Parliamentary Budget Office are arguably the most radical scrutiny tools at our disposal. The Budget Office, which has been up and running for over a year now, is intended to strengthen the capacity of Parliament to better hold government to account by providing independent analysis to Parliament, not advice or criticism of government. Analysis. The role of the, must not advise or criticize, analyze. Let's come and let's hear how intelligent the disagreement will be. You might just agree with me. The role of the Budget Office. The role of the Budget Office is to assist members of Parliament to make sense of the tangle of numbers and notes that represent the fiscal planning framework of the executive. Going forward, the 5th Parliament must determine the final form of the Budget Office and put in place the capacity to support the vision of the 5th Parliament accordingly. Space utilization. It was as early as at the time of Speaker Jinwala's Parliament, which was 1st and 2nd Parliament, back in President Mandela's time, that Parliament embarked on an ambitious and unenviable task of addressing the growing needs for adequate infrastructure in the buildings and facilities of Parliament. This project is called Space Utilization. It is a project that goes beyond the provision of office space, of parking and other facilities and meeting venues. Indeed, it is a matter which relates directly to Parliament's ability and capacity to carry out its functions. I am sure, Deputy Speaker and members of Parliament, that members of Parliament would appreciate that this matter requires our ongoing attention. In support of Parliament's oversight role, our Constitution created institutions supporting democracy. In 2009, by resolution of the House, the Office for Institutions Supporting Democracy, OISD, was established to be the link between Parliament and ISD. The OISD has since provided invaluable support to the presiding officers, portfolio committees, and the ISD. Various interactions between Parliament and the ISDs have taken place through platforms like the Forum of Chairpersons and ISDs, where presiding officers, relevant portfolio committee chairpersons, and ISD chairpersons meet to discuss pertinent issues relating to operations, finances, and governance matters relating to ISDs. Importantly, sound relations and vibrant interactions between these stakeholders were achieved. This is a platform where all parties concerned collaborate and craft future working relationships. We can, however, do more to support the work of the ISD and Chapter 9 institutions. Deputy Speaker, talking about the women's program, August is upon us, and once more, the country will be celebrating the contribution of women to our freedom and democracy. From a gender rights perspective, the celebration of 20 years of democracy in South Africa entails 20 years of significant progress in seeking to improve the quality of the lives of women in South Africa. While there are still a number of substantive challenges that face women daily, such as widespread poverty and high levels of violence against women, it is important to celebrate the gains made within a context where women's rights were non-existent on the state's agenda prior to '94. An important part of Parliament's focus in its 20-year celebrations is to review and assess the gains made in both giving effect to promoting women's rights and to unpacking the challenges that need to be addressed. In this regard, Parliament will review the progress made with regards to legislation and oversight in a number of key areas of women's lives, which include, but are not limited to, the impact of poverty on the development of women, health, poverty, education and skills development, and violence against women. Each of these areas are important in women's lives. Economic empowerment and skills development are critical to building stable finances and improving the overall quality of life, which in turn contributes to women's overall being. Education is one of the most significant factors that influence a woman's level of economic participation. Higher levels of education are associated with higher levels of skill and knowledge, which in turn can lead to women increasing their net worth. Reducing the levels of violence against women is a basic human right and is integral to overall health and well-being. The review of progress made in this regard will be used to inform the development of a program of action for the 5th Parliament. Mr. Singh chairs. The review of progress made in this regard will be used to inform the development of a program of action for the 5th Parliament. This program of action will outline the key priorities for monitoring legislation and oversight to enhance women's lives in South Africa, specifically focusing on the most marginalized women in our society. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to actual budgetary allocations, the current budget of Parliament represents a transitional budget and allows us the space to move from the 4th to the 5th Parliament. The year-on-year growth of the budget of Parliament represents growth of 6% from the 2013 to 2014 budget to 2014 to 2015 financial year. This growth should be interpreted as a baseline adjustment to inflation costs and is therefore not literally more funds to Parliament. Allow me now to turn to the actual budget allocations in the current budget. The allocation for Program 1, Administration, which provides for, amongst others, the provision of strategic leadership, institutional leadership, policy, overall management and corporate services for Parliament's executive management and staff. This amounts to 442 million rands and is an increase of 8% from last financial year. In particular, spending covers the establishment of the 5th Parliament, the development of an integrated budgeting and performance system, and the completion of the 3rd phase of the ICT infrastructure upgrade. The allocation for Program 2, Legislation and Oversight, provides for procedural and administrative services for Parliament to carry out its core functions and totals 361 million, which is a 4% increase compared to last year. The continued implementation of the Money Bills Amendment and Procedure-Related Matters Act and support to committees are given budgetary prominence under this program. The allocation for Program 3, Public and International Participation, amounts to 102.6 million rands, which is a growth of 11% compared to last year. The program budget for this financial year is geared towards the upgrade of the broadcast infrastructure and enhancing public participation efforts, amongst others. The budget allocation for Program 4, members' facilities, is 224 million rands, a 6% growth from last year. The budget makes provision for the purchasing of tools of the trade for members, as well as travel facilities, to ensure that members under this program, financial support, I'll wait for you to come and turn it for me. Under this program, financial support to political parties and constituency offices are covered as per the agreed formula. In addition to the budget of the 5 programs, Parliament has a budget of 481 million rands, a direct charge to the National Revenue Fund as a provision for members' remuneration. This equates to 6% growth relative to last year's budget. Honorable members, we have the item under the Auditor General. Similar to all organs of state, Parliament is subject to the rigorous scrutiny of the Auditor General's statutory audit reports. The 4th Parliament has done reasonably well in its audit outcomes by receiving unqualified audit findings with a few matters of emphasis. As the 5th Parliament, we must continue to set the example and work towards eliminating audit opinions with matters of emphasis. Going forward, the executive authority must work closely with the accounting officer of Parliament to ensure this target is achieved. Financial Management of Parliament Act. The 5th Parliament has the responsibility to implement the amended Financial Management of Parliament Act of 2009. The Act is an important milestone that asserts the doctrine of separation of powers and independence of the legislative sector. The Act produces inter alia for financial and accounting systems for Parliament and for norms and standards for provincial legislatures. The FMPA also provides in Section 4 for the establishment of an oversight mechanism of Parliament to maintain oversight of the financial management of the institution. In this regard, the 5th Parliament has to ensure that the oversight mechanism and the accompanying rules via the Joint Rules Committee are in place within this financial year. Honorable members, strategic planning process, I wish to emphasize in this regard to this House that aside from the specific responsibilities we assume from the 4th Parliament, it is our responsibility to develop our own strategic priorities and expected outcomes for the 5th Parliament. Indeed, it is only in crafting our own strategic plan, strongly underpinned by our policy imperatives, that we will be able to decide our budget requirements over the medium term. The strategic plan is a performance contract with those we represent that we must use to measure our performance in the next 5 years, to ensure that in representing our people, we have clear objectives and focus. I do, however, want to caution that we have a tight timeline as the Financial Management of Parliament Act requires the Secretary to Parliament to table the strategic plan not later than end of November of this year, 2014. A fully inclusive consultation process is underway, and I am appealing to leaders of political parties. I'm looking for leaders of political parties that I'm appealing to. I think there's a leader here. This is a fully inclusive consultation process. It's a fully inclusive consultation process that is underway. And again, I am appealing for people to hear what I'm saying. Now, if you are busy, then you won't hear me. So that you participate fully, so that we all enrich the process as much as possible. Bayezwa baba. Makhelwane. Abezwa. Enrich the process as much as possible. Upon the conclusion of the strategic plan for the 5th Parliament, budget reprioritization will be done in line with the FMPA to ensure that funds are allocated according to the objectives of Parliament. In charting the way, I wish to express a few questions that could stimulate the thinking and debate amongst members of this House towards developing our strategic plan. Firstly, what would be the contribution of the 5th Parliament in furthering the areas of focus expressed in the National Development Plan and the President's State of the Nation address, amongst others? As part of this process, Parliament should also embark on a process of measuring its impact and outcomes in relation to legislation, oversight, and public participation processes. Where we identify the need for changes to improve service delivery, these would need to be prioritized. Secondly, beyond our explicit constitutional mandate, what is the role of Parliament in enhancing cooperative governance? This is a gray area which clearly needs a sharper focus by both houses of Parliament. Thirdly, what meaningful role should Parliament play in nation building and social cohesion in this, the second phase of our democratic project? How do we use the parliamentary space more effectively to address issues of national concern and interest? Fourth, what would be the impact of the 5th Parliament in reducing the democracy deficit nationally, regionally, and internationally? This process would have to reflect whether Parliament is indeed reflecting the will of our people in governance issues at these levels. We should also reflect on how best we assume a more active role in the formative stages of international agreements. Where have they gone? In international agreements, treaties, and in sustainable development agendas to improve the lives of all people of the world. Lastly, we need to examine the importance of institutional flexibility in our oversight processes. We need to recognize that the oversight of the executive, departments, and events requires a diverse toolkit, an array of different types of debates in the committees as well as in the chamber. This must also include a rethink of the way in which we use our constituency offices. It is no longer enough to assure our people that matters are in hand and are being addressed. It's nice to hear that, but it's not enough. These are but a few of the questions that we need to pose and answer as we build upon the foundations that have been laid by our predecessors. In conclusion, honorable members, only in this section is the conclusion of this section. I'm not done yet. It would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the tremendous role that late Secretary of Parliament, Michael Coetzee, played in the evolution of our Parliament. We continue to hold Michael's family in our prayers. I wish to also pay our respects and send our deepest condolences to the family of the Honorable Nosipho Ntwanambi, who was laid to rest this past weekend. She was a leading figure in our women's movement, and her contribution to our democracy will live on. For all of us remaining behind, let us carry on her torch in the fight for gender equality. Honorable members, the extent to which we position ourselves during this term is crucial to ensuring that we strengthen the faith of our people in their future, the faith of every South African in South Africa. There is much more to be done in realizing the fundamental principles and ideals of the Freedom Charter. Now is the time for the next stage of our historic journey, to progress towards our accelerated inclusive growth, decent jobs, the scaling up of quality education, the provision of quality health care services, and sustainable development, amongst others. Let us therefore rise to the challenge of being an authentically robust and engaging parliament, truly in touch and at pace and at peace with our people. I take this opportunity to invite all members of this august House to engage with the challenges and the opportunities that are presented to us. I thank the staff of Parliament for their passion and dedication in supporting members of Parliament to carry out their responsibilities efficiently and effectively. On his 80th birthday, Madiba asked to be granted one wish, which was that all South Africans should rededicate themselves to turning this into the land of our dreams, a place that is free of hatred, and discrimination, a place free of poverty, a place that is safe for our children to grow into our future leaders. I also wish to urge that we speak out against all violations of human rights, such as the sad and unfortunate killings of innocent people in Gaza, in Palestine. Having achieved our own freedom, we should not fall into the trap of washing our hands of difficulties that others are facing. Nelson Mandela reminded us that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians. Let all of us heed this call. I commend Budget 2 to this House for your support, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Dagude, it's your turn, ma'am.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable members, our guests in the gallery, I greet you all. I begin my address of parliamentary budget vote with a profound and inspiring excerpt from the father of our nation, Nelson Mandela, when he stated these poignant words upon winning the historic elections of 1994, and I quote, "People have voted for the party of their choice, and we respect that. This is democracy. I hold out a hand of friendship to the leaders of all parties and their members and ask all of them to join us in working together to tackle the problems we face as a nation. An ANC government will serve all the people of South Africa, not only those who voted for it." Close quote. The various political parties that have graced this platform in the name of freedom and democracy were able to do so because of the commitment of the ANC to ensure that we empower all the people of South Africa with the right and privilege to be heard through the political parties of their choice. Our democracy continues to strive and mature as a result of our commitment to uphold the precepts of our multi-party democracy on this institutional platform. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we have begun the fifth parliament during the apex year of achievement. As we celebrate a historic milestone in the life of our democratic parliament, at the advent of democracy in 1994, a fundamental and radical shift took place on our socio-political landscape, allowing us to begin reversing the effects of over 200 years of colonialism and oppression in South Africa. 20 years ago, through our first symbolic act of agreement as a nation, we moved in one accord in order to collectively cast our vote for freedom. By so doing, we successfully began to move our nation towards healing, reconciliation, and cohesion. Even the global community collectively concurred that we are indeed a unique nation in the history of mankind. We are now in transition period, which requires us to deepen national consensus and democratic governance through the vision of the NDP, our manifesto priorities, as well as through our various institutional programs. We must remain, therefore, stand together to accomplish the compelling vision of the NDP, which has begun to take shape and is fast gaining momentum through the legislative, programmatic, and socio-political gains that we are continuously gaining. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we recognize that the key role of Parliament is to consider and pass legislation, oversee government action, ensure public involvement, and participate in international relations. Now more than ever, this institution of Parliament is hard-pressed to formulate progressive laws that will create conditions of greater tolerance amongst our people. Parliament is therefore obligated to work with resolute commitment to ensure that all the instruments that are at our disposal on this institutional platform are effectively utilized for the progressive transformation of our society. Honorable Speaker, Mahatma Gandhi once said that there are 7 things that will destroy us, and most of them have to do with social and political conditions. These things are as follows, and I quote: wealth without work, pleasure without conscience, knowledge without character, commerce without morality, science without humanity, worship without sacrifice, politics without principle. I close quote. In light of Gandhi's wisdom, let us therefore not allow retrogressive parliamentary relations to undermine the stability and norms that govern acceptable parliamentary decorum. Extremist and offensive behavior will certainly activate the use of the rules that govern the business of Parliament. Let us therefore be reminded that these rules have been put in place to govern this institution, serve the function to protect the dignity of everyone seated in this House. This institution is a catalyst to ignite our moral conscience and character to serve our people. Let us remain centered around the moral compass to continuously deliver progressive laws without reverting to political mudslinging and operating in an anarchist manner. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let us display tolerance and cohesion in a manner that will allow our nation to systematically begin to emulate the tolerance and cohesion expressed on this platform. Political intolerance displayed on this platform will only breed political intolerance beyond the corridors and confines of this institution, which absolutely indeed does not serve the interest of building a free and democratic society. If we cannot muster the courage to adhere to the precepts of dignity, tolerance, and cohesion in our debates, we certainly cannot expect our nation to function more cohesively when we as leaders fail to do the same on this platform. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC continues to be a movement sustained and underpinned by the democratic practices and values. It is a movement that values the importance of leadership and playing a decisive role in leading our society to new levels of development and achievement. We are a revolutionary democratic movement which pursues fundamental change in order to create a better life for all our people. We continuously recognize the fundamental right of all South Africans in choosing a government of their own choice. We are continually driven and committed to using the country's resources to improve the living conditions of our people, especially the poor. These very same principles that define internal democracy within the ANC as a movement also define our commitment to adhere to democratic principles within the institution of Parliament. As a movement driven by these practices, we uphold a resolute commitment to ensure that multi-party democracy is achieved and thrives. Our negotiated transition essentially means that we as the ANC have agreed to terms, conditions, and preambles that define the foundation of our Constitution. We respect the rights of members of any political party to raise issues and challenge the efficacy of ideas through robust debate. The various systems and platforms that are in place at National Parliament are sufficient and effective to allow issues of disagreement to be resolved within the confines of Parliament. The judiciary was never meant to seize the responsibility of Parliament to play its role to resolve issues. Parliament is the epicenter of democracy and debate. We cannot reduce the functionality and relevance of this institution by continuously deferring matters to the judiciary that should reside and be dealt with on this platform of engagement. The judiciary indeed has an imperative role to play as a critical component in the separation of powers. And administering justice will always remain a core mandate of the judiciary. However, caution must be advised in our approach to resolving issues that are parliamentary in nature. The end result of constantly deferring parliamentary issues to the judiciary can only have retrogressive effects on the state of our parliamentary democracy. The judiciary should only become an option for intervention when we are certain that all avenues have been exhausted and we genuinely could not reach consensus on a matter. This approach will allow Parliament to fulfill its mandate as an institution that allows matters to be democratically resolved through negotiations and compromise. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I also want to state that the Chief Whips Forum is a very strategic forum for raising issues of contention. If used effectively, this platform can also become an effective instrument for reaching consensus on issues of disagreement. In addition to the above, I want to make this pronouncement that the ANC respects the role of all Chapter 9 institutions. These institutions were formulated as part of our negotiated transition and undoubtedly have the support of the ANC. We cannot pick and choose which one we want to use. But the appropriate use of Chapter 9 institution is imperative and germane to the growth and development of our democracy. Honorable Speaker, we must ensure that participatory democracy is enhanced through the various channels of participation that are available at the National Parliament, which include oversight visits, public hearings, petitions, and programs such as Taking Parliament to the People, Women's Parliament, Youth Parliament, and the People's Assembly. We must also ensure that constituency offices are revived to their full effectiveness in order to guarantee a connectedness with our people for the rapid escalation of issues to their relevant channels to be resolved. In addition, private members' bill also present members with a grand opportunity to review our legislative landscape and come up with legislative solutions that are responsive to community needs. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I want to urge you to become more, our presiding officers to become more proactive in their involvement to strengthen participatory democracy and revive every dormant program at the National Parliament to ensure that we enter the 5th parliamentary term with the zeal to deliver and push the institution to another level of productivity. The Freedom Charter is still a relevant document today. It gave clear expression to our founding principles when it stated that the people shall govern. Indeed, the ideals contained in this historic document are still relevant today because the Freedom Charter is a people's contract for the advancement of the interest of the people. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in our onslaughts toward the radical economic transformation, it is imperative to ensure that members are adequately supported with all the necessary tools so as to be effective in the work they have been tasked to accomplish. We have to prioritize the training of members so as to allow them to be effective during the 5th parliamentary term. It simply cannot be business as usual. Our people cannot wait anymore. Our priorities must therefore be fulfilled and they must be achieved. The 5th parliamentary term must also reignite our resolve to continue to function as an activist parliament and respond to the mandate given to us by the people of South Africa. An activist parliament functions and derives its mandate from the people. It finds its definition through the expression and articulation of people's needs. That is what this parliament should strive to do. The apartheid regime, it enforced its legitimacy and existence by utilizing legislations passed through this House and the rule of law to assert its power. Through legislation, the apartheid regime imposed its vengeful tyranny by enforcing its laws of restriction, division, and deprivation. Some of the instruments that were utilized in the apartheid onslaught of legislative tyranny included the Population Registration Act of 1950, the Group Areas Act of 1950, the Bantu Education Act of 1953, the Prohibition of Mixed Marriages Act of 1949, the Immorality Amendment Act of 1950, the Separate Representation of Voters Act number 51, and Reservation of Separate Amenities Act of 1953, which all enabled an oppressive regime, enforced its tyranny while affecting systematic genocide on those who oppose its reign of terror. Our role as Parliament is to make sure that we reverse the impact of apartheid through every debate, through the battle of ideas, and most importantly, through the piece of legislations that we passed. In his address during the joint sitting of Parliament to mark the 10 years of democracy in South Africa in May 2004, Utata Nelson Mandela stated the following, and I quote, "Parliament is the voice of the people and you. The presiding officers bear a heavy responsibility in ensuring that the voice of our people is clearly heard in national affairs and that its role be protected and defended," close quote. He went on to say that the nation has put their trust in members of Parliament, concluding that ours is the almost sacred duty to ensure a government by the people under the Constitution. The configuration of this Parliament must therefore be remembered for the historical significance it symbolizes. In honor of the father of our nation, we are reminded of the very important role that we are entrusted with. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I wish to speak about our role as a country that is part of a global community. As citizens of global community, we are obligated to make pronouncements when the freedoms of the peoples of the world are threatened by tyranny and oppression. We must remember that we ourselves were once prisoners too in the land of our birth. We were exiled and treated as second-class citizens in this land of our birth. We face atrocities untold in order to attain democracy. We are therefore morally obliged to speak out against injustice and tyranny and to defend the ideals of freedom and justice in the world. It is hence in this vein that we as the ANC at the National Parliament wish to express that we are extremely outraged by the wanton and unjustifiable bombardment and killings of innocent civilians, including women and children, in Palestinian territory of Gaza by Israel military forces. Our strong condemnation of Israel's violent aggression, however, does not in any way mean approval of the continuing firing of rockets by Hamas into Israel, which has put the lives of innocent civilians also at risk. We echo the call by the South African government, our government, for both parties to end all forms of aggression towards one another. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. A famous parliamentarian once said, and I quote, "Would it be possible to stand still in one spot more magnificently while simulating a triumphant march forward than is done by a parliament?" and I think we need to disprove this question. It's this that probably led the famous C.S. Lewis to say, and I quote, that some politicians hold that the only way to make a revolutionary safe is to give him a seat in Parliament. Perhaps some sage advice for my friends on the left. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let's be very clear about what the responsibility we have as a Parliament. The role can be essentially defined by 4 key aspects. 1, selecting officials for the legislature. 2, making law. 3, providing, sustaining, and overseeing the executive. And 4, linking citizens and the legislature. Now, the challenge we have as the 5th Democratic Parliament is what can we, as members of this House, do to expand the role of Parliament in fulfilling this mandate. It is a responsibility that rests on both the governing party and the opposition. For each seat occupied in this House, regardless of party affiliation, is a direct representation of the mark made on ballot papers across the length and breadth of South Africa. On election day, no ballot paper was worth more or less than any other. They carried equal weight, just as we, as a governing party and opposition, share the equal weight to protect and advance the role of this 5th Parliament. There is no doubt that the role of Parliament has been weakened over the past 15 years as a rampant executive seeks to stamp its authority and dominance on the policy and lawmaking process. We cannot and must not, as members of this House, allow the juniorization of the role of this Parliament as the embodiment of the democratic will of millions of ordinary citizens who have sent us to this House to represent their hopes, their dreams, and their aspirations for South Africa. And so the question we have to ask ourselves is this: is this Parliament an arena of ideas, or is it merely becoming an echo chamber of the executive? One of the primary roles of this House is to ensure that legislation initiated in most instances by the executive is fully debated in an open forum, and that all the issues that this legislation may raise are properly addressed, the needs and wishes of our citizens accommodated, and that appropriate changes are made, but we are not limited to this. Apart from money bills, the Constitution provides that the National Assembly can, and I quote, initiate or prepare legislation. So how exactly have we been faring in this regard? In 2013, just under 28 hours was spent on debating legislation. 53 bills were passed by the National Assembly in 2013, and only 20 were ever actually properly debated in this chamber. We also spent an inordinate amount of time on dealing with government business as opposed to dealing with members' business. As members of this House, we should be using the time of this House to allow members an opportunity to raise matters of importance, as that the members of Parliament who are the true representatives of the people out there. And I'm very glad that the Honourable Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party has mentioned private members' bills, because these are going to be very important. But they're only going to work if we accept as a House that no party has a monopoly on good ideas, and that these bills must be assessed, not from where the party whence they have come, but from what they can do to advance South Africa. We now turn to questions, and the Constitution could not be more specific in its mandate of responsibility when it comes to oversight of our executive branch. Section 92(2) states that, and I quote, members of the Cabinet, that's you guys over there, are accountable collectively and individually to Parliament, and that's us, for the exercise of their powers and the performance of their functions. One of Parliament's most important oversight mechanisms is oral and written questions, and we simply have to pay more attention to making this important oversight mechanism work. In 2013, a total of 294 oral questions were asked in the National Assembly, but only 50 of these were actually answered in the House. 17%, colleagues, honourable members, is not good enough. When the oral question time in the House was overhauled in 2000, we were assured at the time of that overhaul that the new rotation system would ensure that full executive presence on each occasion. It's now very clear, if one looks at the Fourth Parliament, that the system is not working. In 2013, 7 ministers did not attend a single oral question session in the House. 5 ministers only attended a single oral question session. The written question system is only marginally better. With the year ending in 2013, some 209 questions simply remained unanswered by ministers. It's clear that we require both the will of this Parliament and its presiding officer, as well as the leader of government business, to ensure that the situation does not reoccur in the Fifth Parliament. 2014, I must add, has not been off to a very good start either. Only the Deputy President and ministers from the economics cluster have actually answered oral questions in 2014. We now sit in July. Ministers in the Peace and Security cluster have answered oral questions in this House for over a year. We need to ensure that on the oral question day, ministers are actually present in the House. And it'll be very interesting to know how many ministers are in the House today for this very important debate. I now turn to committees, because committees are the engine room of Parliament, and they need to be capacitated to make sure that the work that needs to be done is being done. Minutes take far too long to be approved. MPs sit sometimes for hours doing huge batches of minutes. How is this effective oversight of what was discussed? Oversight reports from our oversight visits. Whatever happens to these reports? They get put onto an order paper. We never debate them. Who does follow-up? Who goes back to those communities to take up and report back on the issues that they raised with our oversight members when they were there? And I'm also very glad today that the Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party has mentioned Chapter 9 institutions. And we say amen. We agree with you. These are very important. But if they're so important, why do we as Parliament hardly ever debate their annual reports or their reports that they put out? When last did we have a debate in this House about the audit outcomes of local government by the Auditor General, for instance? So we can actually start dealing with some of the problems and crises being faced by local government. We also need to make Parliament relevant to South Africans. And one of the best ways to link Parliament and the citizens and the work that we do in this House is that it should be on the cutting edge of debate in terms of the issues of the day in our country. We should be discussing the issues that matter most to South Africans and showing them that this vibrant chamber, where there's a clash of ideas from all parties around the issues of our time, is the best way to find resolution to the questions of our time. While they have their place, these set-piece debates that we have on ceremonial matters and high days and holidays are frankly often boring, tedious, scripted, and they do nothing to inspire confidence amongst the people of South Africa, and certainly don't do anything to place Parliament as the locus of change and hope for the better South Africa that we strive for and which the people who placed us here seek. We must make more time to debate the motions moved by members of this House. Often these are driven directly out of communities and constituencies where real people have raised real issues with their elected representatives. We must actively seek to demonstrate the causal link between electors and the elected. And Parliament debating the issues that matter most to South Africans will ensure that their voices find resonance in this chamber. To have these debates in a free and flowing and non-scripted manner will also require attention. We must ensure that the arena in which ideas must be shared is one conducive to debate. Recent rulings have had the very real potential to stifle debate and the ability of members who are elected here to adequately articulate their positions, viewpoints, and ideas for a way forward. Members should only be ejected from this House for the most egregious breaches of the rules of debate. To illustrate this point, I wish to share with you an extract from the Hansard of Wednesday, the 12th of April, 1972, where the opposition party MP Radcliffe Cabman savaged the then National Party Minister of Defence. Speaking of the minister, he said, and I quote, "Members such as the Minister of Defence, making speeches such as he did, feasted on the emotions of the people in as repulsive a way as do maggots on a corpse. And it was perhaps appropriate that the worst offender in this regard should have been the Honourable Minister of Defence, because he is not only spineless, but resembles the shape and colour of those repulsive creatures as well." Now, this is heavy stuff, but when compared to some of the words like farce, horrible, and sham that have been declared unparliamentary in debates, it does leave one wondering if perhaps we have been too restrictive at times. It also makes the statements that certain members on my left ejected from the House for seem completely mild in comparison. I now turn to the Parliamentary Budget and Strategic Plan, and it was a sense of relief that we were informed that the strategic review of the plan and budgets of Parliament are being done. In going through the documentation, it is very clear that the form of the current budget and strategic objectives does not follow the function we wish our Parliament to perform. Hopefully, this review will bring the strategic objectives back in alignment with what we want our Parliament to look like and what we want it to do. The system of how we measure our performance must also need to be taken into account. The current system of measuring how well Parliament is performing by simply counting the number of bills we pass in a year is silly. Instead, we should be looking at how well we pass those bills. Perhaps we could avoid some litigation if we added attention here. We should be measuring and reporting on how long the committee deliberated on the bill, how many people spoke in committees on the bill, how many public submissions were received, were these considered, and did those who made submissions receive feedback? We mustn't, as MPs, be brainwashed into believing that Parliament is working well simply because it passes government legislation quickly. It's also most disconcerting to note that the huge amount in the current budget budgeted for the office of the so-called spokesperson of Parliament. Let us be very clear. There is only one spokesperson of the National Assembly, and that is you, Madam Speaker. And to quote the National Assembly Guide to Procedure, you are representative and spokesperson for the Assembly and with the chairperson of the NCOP for Parliament in the outside world. The budget for the single office, bearing in mind additional to the communications budget of Parliament, costs almost as much as the budget for the entire National Assembly table, and this needs to be looked at. The POA needs a dramatic change in function, the Parliamentary Oversight Authority, and needs to increase the number of times that it meets. It's currently the only mechanism where we can hold Parliament to account for the money being spent and projects undertaken. There is no reason for this meeting to be closed to any member of Parliament. Any member should be allowed to attend this meeting to observe and interact with how Parliament operates. It should operate along the same line as any other portfolio committee in this House. We as Parliament cannot exercise oversight over government departments, but then not want to subject ourselves to the same similar oversight. We've heard a lot of noble objectives that have been spoken about today from this podium, and we find common cause with a large majority. We want Parliament to work. This is our Parliament. We are all members, and we need to make sure that it works. But I think we must also be mindful of what John Kennedy said, when he said that we express gratitude. When we express gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Maxson of the EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF does not agree with the budget vote for Parliament because of the following reasons. You will listen. We initially expressed a view in this House that Parliament is impartial and has a system that presents an equal opportunity to all political parties. This view has, however, changed because we are now beginning to observe narrow partisan practices, policies, and conduct which seeks to reproduce the power relations configured after the first democratic elections, and most of this based on legislations that have been in place before 1994. The very fact that the administration, which is the Parliament overseas, is based more than 2,000 kilometers away from Pretoria, is in itself an impediment to proper oversight. The fact that ministers and seasonal staff members should travel to from Pretoria and Cape Town is a waste of resources, which could be utilized for other purposes, especially the development of our people on the ground. Parliament in Cape Town and administration in Pretoria is a logistical nightmare, which is a result of the compromise reached between white people when they wanted to formalize their dominance of Africa. Sunset Clause is still alive. Overview is that this parliament should be relocated to Pretoria so that government and this parliament spend less resources on oversight work and legislation. If ANC does not want to do that, EFF will do that when it takes over government. Generally, the manner in which Parliament allocates resources and supports to political parties seeks to reproduce the dominance of political party that won election in a manner which prevents other political parties from winning successive elections. We have not disputed elections outcome, but the reality that the ruling party is allocated more resources and money, and this and other parliament almost guaranteed its better access to voters and better service to operate as a political organization. Here in Parliament, the structures and institutions that are supposed to oversee the finances and processes of Parliament are dominated by the ruling party and almost always run into partisan way. This undermines the principle of separation of powers because there is really no oversight of the executive by the Parliament. The ruling party uses its parliamentary majority to be a rubber stamp of all decisions of executive. This means that even in instances where the executive is on the wrong or refuses to account to Parliament, the ruling party uses its parliamentary majority to force through decisions. The Parliamentary Oversight Authority and presiding officers here in Parliament are given too much powers to the extent that when other political parties disagree on a parliamentary oversight matter, the Speaker is given the sole right to take decision on her own. Maybe what we should consider, this is the EFF proposal, take it seriously. As a way of democratizing this space and making more accountable, we need to put in place a system where retired judges from constitutional courts and other high courts are appointed to be presiding officers of this House and also responsible for the management and administration of Parliament. Presiding officers who represent certain political parties are biased to the political parties that have deployed them to this Parliament. The presiding officers who represent certain political parties will obviously develop a funding policies which will favor their political parties most. Presiding officers who represent certain political parties will obviously pass rules that favors and protects their political parties they belong. Honorable Chair, this Parliament is run by legislation that were passed by apartheid, ihlazo. One of those rules is the Parliamentary and Provincial Medical Scheme Act of 1975, 30 years ago. You must be ashamed of yourself. Under this act, members of Parliament and all legislatures are compelled to join a specific medical aid scheme, which set value and amount which members have not decided on. The problem with PAMED, which is compulsory, is the following. Some new members of Parliament have lifetime medical scheme, which covers them beyond 5 years parliamentary contracts at a monthly tariff far lower than PAMED. Some new members of Parliament have existing medical aid subscriptions, directly or indirectly, through their spouses, and dragging them into PAMED does not add any value despite the reality that money is deducted from their monthly salary. PAMED compulsory membership is attached only to a 5-year term, and this has an impact on members who might not return to Parliament after 5 years and could have chosen a scheme which will last them for more than 5 years. If ANC does not want to take care of the people, EFF will do that. Post-membership subscription costs are prohibitive and unaffordable to the unemployed, but young short-service members will no guaranteed income or retirement benefits. Some of the members are covered in the scheme of their spouses and partners, and therefore, we do not require this added expense. We have recommended that members of parliament be allowed to make their own informed choices and decisions on the medical aid. We recommend that the legislation governing permit be amended. We recommend as the FF that this legislation governing permit be amended so as to be in line with the Constitution, freedom of choice. It is, however, looks like the ruling party is again abusing its power, will refuse to amend the act that compels members to join a medical aid scheme, denying them the fundamental right of choice. If the ruling party does not want to amend this act, as the FF, we are going to go to court to force you. Honorable Chairperson, Parliament oversight structures and bodies should be neutral and give all political parties an opportunity to raise their views. What happens now is that political parties that are not majority are treated like unwanted stepchildren of this House, as we are busy doing. We are here because voters sent us here, and not because we are receiving favors from the ruling party. It is our right to be here, and such should be respected by the laws and support we gain from Parliament. The current review of National Assembly rules should grant an opportunity to democratize this Parliament and give it the power to hold an executive accountable. The Parliamentary Oversight Authority should democratize and be made an open meeting for members of public to participate. All work which Parliament outsources to private companies should never have any relation with politicians. We welcome the establishment of Parliamentary Budget Office, but the person heading it is an ANC employee who sits in the ANC Economic Transformation Committee. We will see the budget of the ANC. Unless these issues that the FF have raised, the FF does not agree with the Parliament's budget vote. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable C.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Deputy President, and colleagues. Let me at the outset say that the IFP will support a vote to Parliament. But having said that, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, Madam Speaker, I'd like to raise an issue which disturbed me quite a bit yesterday. And because it affected the real government in my life, which is my wife and family. My wife asked me yesterday morning, she was very distraught when she came up to me and she said, "What do you all do in Parliament?" And I've been around for over 20 years, Madam Speaker. I said, "Why do you say that?" She says, "Look at this horrific incident that happened to these children, especially the one child who was wrapped around the seat belt. Because we've also got grandchildren. I think many of you in this house have got grandchildren. And you think about whether it was your grandchild, how would you feel?" I'm saying this, Madam Speaker, because I believe that we as Parliament have a responsibility to protect our citizens out there. It is not only the responsibility of the executive, Honourable Deputy President, but what are we doing as Parliament? When you saw this lady on television this morning saying that the police have failed me, we had to go and catch the perpetrator, where does it put us as honourable members of Parliament? I leave that question with you, Madam Speaker and members of Parliament. We want to welcome, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the resumption, the motion proposed by the Honourable Chief Whip earlier on, the resumption of proceedings on the Medical Innovation Bill. That was a private member's bill tabled by the Honourable Dr. Amrosini. And we are glad that we'll be able to openly debate this bill and come up with solutions that would also offer relief to thousands of people in South Africa. In the very limited time that I have, Honourable Deputy Speaker, let me say it'd be remiss for us as the IFP not to thank the staff, the table staff, former late Mr. Kutsia, and others for the support that they offer us as members of Parliament. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker spoke about a people's parliament, and we welcome the participative governance model, but we think it should come sooner rather than later. You know, many times it's not uncommon for members to stand here and say members of the gallery, acknowledge members of the gallery, yet nobody is sitting in the gallery. Today we have members of the gallery, which is good. But we need to ensure that the public get more involved in what happens in the affairs of Parliament. Having said that, Honourable Deputy Speaker, it baffles us to think about the unprecedented security measures during SONA, where members of this Honourable House were even humiliated when their vehicles were searched to the extent that it was searched. Yet the very next day, the very people who were in this House sit in the House without security. Parliamentary television. We welcome the fact that we need to negotiate with the public broadcaster to broadcast view from the House at a time when the majority of South Africa would be able to watch what is happening in Parliament. As far as support for members is like the bigger parties, and we hope that this is something that you would look at. We will again support.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable members, and Section 42(3) and 4 of the Constitution says that the National Assembly is elected to represent the people and to ensure government by the people under the Constitution. Again, Section 55(2) of the Constitution says that the National Assembly must provide for mechanisms to ensure that all executive organs of state in the national sphere of government are accountable to it and to maintain oversight of the exercise of national executive authority, including the implementation of legislation and any organ of state. I must say, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the NFP is going to monitor whether accountability by the executive and organs of state is adhered to. Having said that, we were baffled by the fact that there are agencies that report to departments that did not report at all. And some flimsy excuses were given with regard to that. We feel that in order to pass the budget, all the agencies of state must report to Parliament. And the NFP will also monitor budget implementation by all votes in line with all bills. Parliament, therefore, has a task of ensuring that members are trained, and it should not be a once-off process, but should be an ongoing process. Of course, the greater chunk of the budget needs to be focused towards empowering members to engage in issues, interrogate legislation, and equip them to legislate because they are the legislators. Assist members to sponsor bills because that is our task. You see, in the Western democracies, you'll find that a member is empowered to sponsor as many quality bills. For instance, I had an opportunity with others of visiting some state legislatures in the US. One member of Parliament could sponsor as many as 100 bills. And that is the duty of Parliament to ensure that all members are given that opportunity because the people have voted for us to do that. And Parliament must open a room so that we're able to do that.
Chairperson, can I ask the honourable member if he'll take a question?
No.
Honourable member, you are not recognized yet, please.
I'm busy with an important matter here. I don't think I'll have time.
I just wanted to know if he knew what he was talking about.
No. You don't know what you're talking about. Sit down. The NFP feels that there should be more that is done to increase management, administrative, and coordination capacities in Parliament. The recent clash of committees is a case in point.
Your time is up.
Committees must not clash. We must be given a time to debate.
Thank you,
Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. We now call on Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honourable Member, Deputy President, honourable members. Parliament derives its power directly from the people. We are therefore here to implement the will of the people. Once elected, our people expect us to rise above ideological cleavages and narrow partisan interests to build a South Africa for all, both black and white. In this regard, we are concerned that the proportional speaking formula in Parliament does not provide us the so-called small opposition parties, as we prefer to call ourselves, enough opportunity to clearly outline and articulate the will of the people we represent. Speaking time is essential for pluralist and representative debates. It is therefore important for Parliament to look into ways in which speaking times allow all parties to add maximum value to what are often complex parliamentary debates. Applying the crude principle of proportionality on speaking times does not bode well both for the reputation and the image of this august institution. For instance, in the past, there were many instances where a member's speaking time would expire before they had the opportunity to put their points across. That's the situation, but we feel that there's still room for improvement. Let me communicate their philosophy, economic philosophy. But when you have 3 minutes, you don't have time to talk about economic philosophy. Alliance, which is the thing at the end. And obviously then you have the EFF coming on the other side, saying that you're going the wrong way. Consultation on the bills before this House. This led to instances where constitutional by the Constitutional Court. We have to work hard to improve the quality of the laws we pass. Madam Speaker, we hope that the support systems, such as the Budget Office, which have been years are paid by the executive. But I think the responsibility is yours. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now call on Honorable Melder. Order, Honorable Members.
To fulfill its constitutional obligations and functions. And therefore, the section 42.3, my apology, is elected to represent the people and to ensure government by the people under the Constitution. But what we have and what we see in Parliament is not to ensure government by the people, but we've got government by the Tuli House. That's what we've got in practice. We don't have government by the people, we've got government by the Tuli House. Parliament, the Constitution and constitutional democracy are way too important to be entrusted to the Tuli House. We cannot afford to do that. If we look at what Parliament is supposed to do in terms of the Constitution and what is being done in terms of the Tuli House, then we should be really worried. Now, Madam Speaker, Chairperson, Madam Speaker this afternoon in her speech said the following. She said in the 5th Parliament, we should hold government accountable. And she also said we should use financial resources with the utmost care. I think we all agree with that. But I think a golden opportunity was lost this afternoon if you want to set the stage and convince South Africa out there that we are really serious when we say the 5th Parliament will not be business as usual. What should have happened this afternoon? I'm of the view that the Honourable Speaker should this afternoon announce in this House that she intends to immediately institute an ad hoc committee to look into the whole Nkandla affair and to do the report of the public protector. In terms of this Constitution, we are supposed to keep the executive to account. That goes from the President right through all of them. Now, the 4th Parliament failed in the same respect. It was in 2009 that the whistle was blown with regard to Nkandla. And in those days, it was about a project of 26 million that then evolved into a project of 65 million. That happened, the whistle was blown in 2009. What did Parliament do? Parliament did nothing. No investigation, no inquiry, nothing. The public protector then went along, and after 2 years, on the 19th of March this year, she made her report public. That's more than 4 months ago. And this time, not about 65 million, but about 246 million rand of taxpayers' money spent on the residence of the President being his private residence. In the 4th Parliament, there was an attempt to try and look into this, and the previous Speaker appointed an ad hoc committee, which was squashed. By whom? Not by the people. It was squashed by the Tuli House. And we know that. One of your members in the committee clearly indicated and said, of course, I get my instructions from the Tuli House. Now we're in the 5th Parliament. It's 4 months since this report has been made public. And if we want South Africa and the public to take Parliament in the 5th Parliament seriously, then as soon as possible we should institute such an ad hoc committee And I'm unfortunately to say that this afternoon a golden opportunity was lost, because that's what should have been on the table today to indicate. Because if we do not do that, how do we expect anyone out there to ever again take Parliament seriously? Why should anyone take us seriously when we talk huge, wonderful words about accountability, setting the example, but not in Parliament? A chance was lost today. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. We now call on Honorable Luzipo.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Deputy President of the Republic and the Deputy President of the People's Movement, the African National Congress, the Speaker of the House and the Deputy Speaker, honorable members, ministers and deputy ministers. First, let me start by declaring that I'm from Umgungundlovu in Pietermaritzburg. At some point, the old man Henry Gwala once made a comment, and he said it's necessary to dream. But the only thing is that you must be careful at what time are you dreaming. So for honorable members, it might be important to look when are they dreaming, so that we are not told dreams that people will take over government. Secondly, with all the respect that I have, I never knew, Honorable Maxim, that now you wanted to change your abbreviation to MFF, the Medical Aid Freedom Fighters. But I respect the fact that you have decided to change on the way. Honorable Chairperson, it was almost 100 years ago, 102 years ago, in 1912, that the people of South Africa decided to converge in Bloemfontein to launch the true Parliament of the People, the African National Congress. This was after they had realized that the unity of the people of their country was the best catalyst towards the attainment of their freedom. Most fundamental was the unity of the African people, regardless of their tribal or ethnic background. And none of us will ever forget the profound call that was made at that time, that Mzulu, Mxhosa, Msuthu, Hlanganani. From its formation, the African National Congress was seen as a parliament of the people of South Africa, but not limited to that, but also of the continent as a whole. With such an evolution of history, the African National Congress truly lived to that commitment of being the true parliament of the people as it championed the processes towards the adoption of the Freedom Charter in 1955. Within it, it became the vision of what kind of a South Africa needed to be established post-apartheid colonial oppression. It is therefore in that historical context that we cannot talk about an activist parliament without recognizing that reality of our history. History, in fact, tells us that when the ANC was formed, it also had an elected position of a speaker to demonstrate that it was the only democratic institution at the time. Also central to the Freedom Charter is the call which says the people shall govern. As such, any activist parliament must recognize the centrality of the masses of our people in all decision-making process. While we look at this commitment of the African National Congress from its formation, it remains a historical fact that the white minority parliament remained undemocratic and not accessible nor open to the public, including its committees. Parliament was nothing else but an institution used to rubber stamp and approving whatever the executive had so decided. This is the past that we come from, and a living example of such was the notorious 1913 Native and Land Act, which was passed by the then Union Parliament within 4 months without having been referred to any committee. The 1994 democratic breakthrough came about real and fundamental changes on how Parliament has to and must operate. This led to the constitutional making process, which resulted in the adoption of the Constitution, which we so pride ourselves of. Honorable Chairperson, I dare try to remind you, honorable members on my left, that some of you decided to walk out of this house. It is in the record of the house that is documented that you rejected this constitution that you so dearly fond of now. You now act, of which you also act as its custodians. How ironic that you are the newfound, in inverted commas, your newfound, in inverted commas, hero, President Nelson Mandela, was in this house as the President of the Republic when you walked out. In fact, you still continue to undermine the will of our people, even in this house today. Honorable Chairperson, it remains the African National Congress that introduced a committee system that is transparent, accessible, and open to the public. Though others are unfamiliar with internal democratic processes and still continue to oppose even to the imbizos because they are allergic to the consultative processes. Government and parliamentary imbizos are another alternative form of ensuring the involvement of our people in shaping the future of this country. Public hearings are also central in ensuring that our people and social partners, as well as civil society formation, do participate and are able to influence decision-making processes. The question that needs to be asked is what type of leadership must or can constitute an activist parliament? The ANC again did answer this question in 2001 when it introduced a debate on the type of leadership required to take the revolution forward. This resulted in the adoption of the Through the Eye of the Needle, which guides, I can't speak about others because I don't even know whether they do have documents, to serve the people. And this is what the Through the Eye of the Needle, among other things, says. And I quote, "A leader should constantly seek to improve his capacity to serve the people. She should strive to be in touch with the people all the time, listen to their views and learn from them. He should be accessible and flexible, and not to arrogate to himself the status of being the source of all wisdom. Without doubt," close quote, "without doubt, a leader or institution that provides no space to be influenced is doomed." And therefore, the most important thing, therefore, is not to confuse, to learn here is that we should and must never confuse anarcho-syndicalism with militancy. You can still make a valid and valuable contribution without being anarchic, disrespectful, and undermining others. In fact, my father just told me over this weekend that a person who disrespects others is no different from someone, okay, washaya manzamponjwayo. Even if you want to listen, but because of the conduct, you just close your ears and at times even your eyes. We must work and win the confidence of our people, and as the ANC, we are quite willing to work with all those who want to take this country forward. President Nelson Mandela stated on many occasions that there are many good men and women within the African National Congress and its allies, but also within the opposition bench. We are here also in Parliament as a reflection of the will of the people, and therefore we have the support. None of us here can say it does not have the support. The only difference is that it varies. The overwhelming majority of our people in this country ensured that the ANC is returned with more than 62% in the recent elections. Whilst we will continue to respect the minority that voted for other parties, that should and must not be treated as power sharing. We expect similar cooperation also and appreciation of such goodwill. We are not here because we choose or we like each other, but because our people have made such determination. At the center of an activist parliament, we must ensure that we instill the principle and a sense of patriotism. And as such, we must welcome the campaign by the Minister of Arts and Culture, Honorable Nathi Mthethwa, that all institutions of the state must respect national symbols, in particular the national flag. This will go a long way to ensure that the cooperation that prevailed during the World Cup, as well as the recent massive partnership in observing the 67 minutes of recognition of President Nelson Mandela's goodwill and serving of sentence, also is taken forward. We must instill a sense of belonging and national pride, as well as love for our country and our people and our humanity. As Africans, we are known for our long-held principle of Ubuntu. In fact, one of the greatest revolutionaries, Che Guevara, seems to have taken this principle further as a revolutionary concept when he made this following observation. At the risk of seeming ridiculous, let me say that the true revolutionary is guided by the great feelings of love. It is impossible to think of a genuine revolutionary lacking this quality. We must strive every day so that this love of living humanity will be transformed into actual deeds, into acts that serve as examples, as a moving force, open and close quote. We have a responsibility to our people and must continue to work with them. We need leadership that does not preoccupy itself with making newspaper headlines, appearing on TV screens, and making sound bites in the radio station. We must remain a parliament of committed leadership, not to behave like celebrities, concerning themselves more with popularity. The centrality of the masses of our people cannot be overemphasized. It is an undeniable fact that the decisive role in history is played by the activity and struggles of our people, of the people. The real part played by leaders can be understood only when it relates to the struggle, the activity of the masses, to the social demands created by the struggles. That's why the ANC has continued to teach us even to date. Unrestrained adulation of a leader, exaggeration of his or her merits, whether intentionally or not, exercises a harmful influence to people. It has a potential to wrongfully instill the masses an erroneous idea that the task confronting them can be performed by someone else, that the leader's abilities and capabilities are such that those who are led can rely on a great man or woman and passively follow the plans and direction of this great person who is supposed to know everything and foresee anything, thus making the rank and file to abdicate their duty of thinking, showing initiative, being innovative and creative. Lastly, Honorable Chairperson, as the African National Congress, we are quite mindful.
Order, Chairperson. Yeah. Order.
What is it? Is that a point of order?
Chairperson, I will wish
Is that a point of order?
Yes, I will wish you to make a ruling on a matter that concerns the speaker on the podium.
What is the point of order?
The lives of our dependents is at stake, and making a mockery out of medical aid, calling another
That
party.
is a statement, Honorable Member.
We're trying to check if you can make a ruling on that.
Honorable Member, sit down. That's a statement and not a point of order. Thank you. Continue, Honorable Member.
As the African National Congress, we are quite mindful that whilst willing and committed to work with all those who want to take this country forward, there will always be those who will rely on political scavenging, believing that they will feed on the dead carcass of the ANC. Some will present themselves as post-apartheid revolutionaries, disguising themselves as militant and radical, when the agenda is the same as that of regressive white liberals. Such misguided and uninformed militancy provide us with no new ideological or political dimension. It's just a political cocktail or an ideological amoeba. You can't see the tail, not the head. The agenda of these white liberals too is much more explained by the late President Nelson Mandela when he says, the high-sounding principle enunciated by the Liberal Party, which then became the Progressive Party, and then became the Democratic Party, and subsequently the Democratic Alliance. Though apparently democratic and regressive in form, are essentially reactionary in content. They stand not for the freedom of the people.
Member, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now call on the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Lichisa Enoli.
Modulasetulo ke a leboha ke motlotlo hampe ho ba le lentswe kapa mabedi puisanong tsena tsa mantsibua mabapi le kabo ya ditjhelete tsa tsamaiso ya Parliament. Ntlo ena ke tsa molao e bohlokwa haholo bophelong ba setjhaba. Re rongwe mona ke dimilione tsa batho ba re ho rona tsamayang mane le ho re emela ntlong tsa ke tsa molao le tiise hore mmuso o etswa ntho eo re ba rommeng yona le tle le lona le etse ntho e re le rommeng yona le lona. Jwale ke taba tse monate ha re fumana hore dikabo tsena tsa ditjhelete jwale ka ha re ntse re dukwa tsa mafapha kaofela ho ntso ho buisana ka tsona ho rerisana ka tsona di amane moo di lo sebetsanang di phepetso e kgolo ho di feta kaofela ya ho se ho lekalekane ka hara naha ena ya bofuma le tlhoko ya mosebetsi wa rona mosebetsi go tiisa hore mmuso o tsheheditswe ke rona le setjhaba o sebedisa ditekatekanyo tsena ho tlisa menyetla mesebetsi le ho se amohele dillo tsena tsa ba re mmuso o se ka kena ka hara moruo empa ho sena bopaki ba hore bona hona le ntho e bitire o ba yentseng ba ntse ba emetse le rona hore mmuso o kenya letsoho ho kenya disebediswa tsamaisong ya naha le moruo wa wona mme ka ntle ho letsoho la mmuso le mofuthu le sebedisang ditjhelete tse tsa setjhaba ha hona mesebetsi e tlabang teng le ha ba ka leka hore tibela ka hara moruo mme re tlo hana re ke ra e amohela tsamaiso eno ya moruo yeno diphephetso tseo re tsibilang ho sebetsana le tsona ho fihlela hona jwale re tsibile ho sebetsana le tsona ka lebaka la hobane mmuso ha wa ka wa emela ka thoko le parlamente ha ya ka emela ka thoko re ile ra bona ho le bohlokwa ho kenya letsoho le hona America kwana mo taba tsena tsa bona tse ding tsa bona di tswang teng itse ha o senya dintho ka 2008 mmuso ha wa ka wa emela ka thoko ba ile ba re ho lokile re tla printa tjhelete ena re tsebe ho tshehetsa mmuso wa naha hobane ha re sa etse jwalo ho tla senya le ho feta ka mantswe a mang ha hona kgolo ya moruo e kekeng ya ba le letsoho le mofuthu la mmuso eno ke ntle bohlokwa ke nahanang hore ntho tsena tseo re lekang ho di etsa mo di keke tsa sebetsa ntle le hore rona jwale ka Parliament re tiise letsoho la mmuso ho etsa mosebetsi ono jwale re thabetse ha re fuwe monyetla ona hore e be rona ba rometseng mona ba teng ba bang ba betere hore feta ka ntle ka mane empa rona re tshwanela ho thabela motlotlo ona wa hore setjhaba se re fe monyetla wa ho tla sebetsa mona ke thabetse mantswe ana ao ntate Mildere a reng motsamaisi wa dipuisano wa buile mona ke nnete fela yena o nahana hore monoko tshwai o butswa ho ya ka takatso ya tshwele rona re hodisitswe ke baholo ba re le sisitheo le potlapotla le ja pudi le sisitheo le ja kgomo ka mantswe a mang o utlwile hore di tla ba teng ditherisano yena o batla ho nkela motsamaisi wa dipuisano hore na di be neng ka nako e feng ha o ratile yena ha amohele ntho ena bitswang democracy hore ke motsamaisi wa dipuisano tla nkang qeteo e seng yena kabo ya ditjhelete ke karolo ya mosebetsi wa rona e bohlokwa haholo eo re tshwantseng ho e latela. Ya rona jwale ka Palamente re tle re tsebe ho ba mohlala mafapheng ana ao re a beileng leihlo hore na a sebedisa ditjhelete tsena ho latela seo ba re tsebisitseng sona ka dikabo tsa bona tsa ditjhelete tseo re di amohetseng, ho latela ditherisano tsa bona le batshwari ba ditjhelete ba rona ba mmuso. Jwale le rona tsamaiso ya ditjhelete tsa rona e tshwanetse ho ba e bohlokwa haholo, e bontshang hore re hlwahlwa, ihlo la rona ke le ntjhotjho, ha re dumelle tshenyo ya ditjhelete, ha re dumelle ho sebediswa ka ditjhelete ka tsela e seng yona, le hore re tle re tsebe ho sebetsana le thomo ena ya rona ena. Tsamaiso ya mmuso e tshwanetse ya puso ya ditjhelete tsa Palamente e tshwanetse ho ba e ntle. Ke ka hoo re beileng mahlo mosebetsing wa administration. Pelo tsa rona di bohloko jwale ka Speaker boletsi ha re lahlehetswe ke Michael Kotsie eo e neng e le molwana ntwa le rona a neng a tshwere mosebetsi ona o bohlokwa haholo ka tsela yona o tshwere ka ona. Boiphihlelo ba hae e ne le bo bohlokwa haholo, le tsebo ya hae le thuto ya hae e ne le sebetsa se setle haholo seo re se lebeletseng hore ya tla kena maotong a hae le yena e be motho ya hlahla jwala ka yena. Palamente o rona ba rongweng ke lona re hodima mosebetsi ono wa ho leka ho fumana ba tla kena dieteng tsa hae, re tshepa hore ba tla etsa mosebetsi o hlahla jwala ka yena. E tle e re ha sa kene eo mosebetsing le yena etse mosebetsi o bohlokwa haholo ona wa hore batho ba tla hirwa moo ho na le dikgeo teng e be batho ba hlwahlwa ba tla latela tshebediso ya ditjhelete ena ka tsela e nepahetseng. Ditho tse hlomphehileng, mosebetsi wa ho ona o re o rongweng mona o hloka hore le rona re tjhoriswe, re tle re tsebe ho ba le mahlo a bonang hantle hobane ka nako e nngwe ho fifale ho rona ka mabaka a fapaneng. Jwale re na le diprograme tse ngata tse kentseng tshebetsong ke tshebedisano mmoho e tswang Parlamenteng ena, ka mantswe a mang National Assembly le NCOP e sebetsa le di-provincial legislature ho kenya tshebetsong tshebedisano mmoho ho sheba hore na rona jwale ka ntlo tsa ketsamolao re sebetsa jwang ho kenya tshebetsong setjhaba re sebetse le sona ka tsela e nepahetseng, hore na re latela mosebetsi wa mafapha ka tsela efeng, re sebedise ditsela tse tsejwang ke batsebi ba tsamaiso tsa mofuta ona tse tla re tswelang ditholwana tse ntle jwale ka balatedi ba tshebediso ya ditjhelete lebitsong le molemong wa setjhaba. Jwale mosebetsi ono o motle hobane o tliswa ke tshebedisano mmoho ena e hareng ha dintlo tsa ketsamolao ena e mona e ka hara naha ka kakaretso le tsa di-provinceng. Tshebedisano mmoho e re tswaletse ntho tseno tse ntle tse teng, ba bangata ba rona ke a kgola di bone di teng di-corridor mona ba ntse ba re bontsha tsona jwale ka ha ba bang ba rona re fihla mona re le batjha, re tle re tseba ho tseba hore ke mosebetsi o mokae o re emetseng o tswang ona re o fumaneng jwale ka lefa la ba sebeditseng pele ho rona. Re leka ho hlalosa hore ntlo ena ke tsa molao Parlamente ka kakaretso ke yona eo e tswalang tsena tse ding e leng mmuso le ba makgotla a dinyewe, hobane melao eo ba sebetsang hodima yona ke e tswang ka hara ntlo ena. Ebe melao ena e ilo sejetswa ke makgotla a dinyewe. Re a tseba hore lekgotla le leholo la tseko tsa tsena tse amanang le molaotheo le yona e sebetsa molaotheo o tswileng matsohong a Constituent Assembly e re tswetseng rona jwale ka Parlamente, hore tsena tseo re di tsang mona di tshwana kaofela le tsena tseo ke makalana a mabedi a mang a ho tiisa hore ditlhoko tsa mantlha tsa botho di a phethahala, mme re a di potlakisa. Re tle re tsebe ho tseba hore batho ba re rommeng mona ba re romme ba re tshepile hore molaotheo ono le ditlhoko tsa ona tseo di fang setjhaba ka kakaretso di a phethahala. Jwale re leka ho hlalosa hore tshebedisano mmoho ena e tshwanetse ho ba teng ho mekgatlo ena eo re theileng ho tshehetsa democracy. Ha hona hore mang o ikemetse empa re sebetsana le taba e le nngwe. Boikemelo bo e tshwanetse ho ba bo hlomphang tshebedisano mmoho. Re tle re tsebe ho tiisa hore ka mokgwa re sebetsang ka teng ha re hatane di-cons. Okay? Ke tanse ntho ena e batla re tshwarana hantle, re tle re ska ra tjhaisana. Jwale ha wena o so batla hore hata di-cons jwale o tla re lematsa le tanse ena e tla fela. Jwale ba bang ka nnete ba sebetsa ka tsela e jwalo ha ba hlokomele bohlokwa ba tshebedisano mmoho le ho tansa ka kutlwano. Jwale these institutions that support democracy, that's their function principally. And they're supposed to operate in collaboration with us in Parliament. Because in the first place, they are supposed to be defenders of the work that we produce, the work that is produced by the courts in the administration of justice. They cannot be independent. They are described in their work as interdependent, interrelated, yet distinct. That definition is not only between the three spheres of government, it represents collaborative and cooperative governance. And therefore, our intention is to be robust in our engagement with them. And when we are robust, it is not the end of the earth. It does not mean the collapse of the system. Often our robustness and perhaps a little overzealousness often suggests to others that the system is collapsing. No, not at all. The revolution that produced the system that we now have was absolutely robust. There's no reason why we continue it. It should be seen as signs of collapse, signs of decay. No ways. In fact, many of our visitors who come from elsewhere admire the extent to which in the radio, in radios, in televisions, in other places, they hear some of the most amazing debates which they envy in their own country, including those that have the biggest years of existence. It is appropriate, of course, to ourselves judge whether we have arrived at where we want to go or not.
Honourable Chairperson, is the Honourable Deputy Speaker prepared to take a question?
Yeah, because op die oomblik
Not enough time, I guess.
No, that next to do with time, you are distracting me.
Sorry, but you must read the Constitution.
Please.
Section
You know,
185.
you can't just stand up and start by talking. I have to recognize you first. Please, let's allow that.
Ma'am, how would you recognize me if I don't talk?
I want to repeat what I said to you earlier on, that you see, berries do not ripen according to the wishes of the monkey. Your interpretation of the Constitution is not ours. I don't understand what makes you think your interpretation is the appropriate one. In the first place, hang on, you'll go to the court for that. Here, let's debate it. And I'm putting it here. Get your time outside of here, please. Yeah. The beauty of this relationship is that we would like to enrich it. The previous head of the office that supports these institutions has resigned to become the sheriff in Cape Town. We ought to replace her, Madam Speaker. But before she left, the work she did, requested by the Justice Portfolio Committee and the Public Protector, to study the Public Protector in other countries, a comparative study. She did the comparative study and produced a report, and in her recommendations, which is interesting, is suggesting that the committee that is now established and the Public Protector must see how they go and actually look at that, so that they ultimately get to clarity about their roles, because sometimes going outside might provide a useful view of the relationship that must exist, because sometimes a mistake is committed in often our self-image, which contradicts with how others look at us outside there. So it is better to clarify those things through those exercises, to go out a little bit, get a little fresh air and look at the stuff. This collaboration between the legislatures, the South African Legislative Sector Assembly, I think it's called, has produced now a journal. They now have a journal. Reflection on the quality of work they are doing. They now have a monitoring and evaluation framework which informs the kind of work they are doing. They now have an oversight model and a public participation model. These are products, the outcomes of the work they are doing collectively, so that this idea of working together, cooperation, which is in the Constitution, is alive and well in practice. What we would like to see is a more robust implementation of that material, but it constitutes important inheritance. It's a challenge of the Fifth Parliament for us to take that work and take it one step higher and further and implement it. This relationship gives meaning to this relationship described that we are interdependent, interrelated, yet distinct. In other words, we are encouraged to seek opportunities for collaboration so that we give meaning to working together produces better results. So we have the Fourth Parliament and through the Fourth Parliament and the legislatures to thank in producing that material. Emerging out of that work also is a series of programs to capacitate ourselves, specialist programs for members of Parliament of a variety of nature. And we really encourage members to take them up. Not only is it good, we assume, and we hope, and we did it in consultation with yourselves through the forms that you filled in, indicating your needs, but also through our own observation and the experience of the past parliaments and so on. The programs of capacity building, not only for the good of the committees that we serve in and the work we do as parliamentarians, but also for the neighborhoods in which we live, so that we provide better guidance, so that we also are able to provide political literacy campaigns where we live. Often the conflict arises because of insufficient understanding of how we operate. The kind of education that we can do is huge. We do this in collaboration with our own universities in the country, and this work we intend to take it further in a variety of ways that we will collaborate with universities. But we also do it, obviously, with people who have been trained, ex-members, and those who emerge from inside the belly of the beast, so to speak, if that's how some of us describes ourselves. We're producing important work in that area. The quality of support committees must receive is an important one. Historically, this is the problem that members, we have spoken about. So we would like to undertake, under the instruction of the Speaker, to improve the quality of this thing. Other members will talk to this idea. But let us also say that in our intention to improve the quality of Parliament and the work that it does, this is an ongoing work. Every term will produce the quality of support that we must give, not only to committees, but also to the work that we do in collaboration with parliaments in the region, parliaments internationally, in other words, in our relationship with specific countries. As we speak now, people are meeting in Tanzania. The Tanzanians are not going to be very happy that many of us here are not part of the delegations that are there. And they are some of our biggest friends, and rebuilding institutions of democracy, including parliaments, an important collaborative effort we should be working together around. But unfortunately, the priority we gave to budgets and budget votes made it impossible for us to join them there. We regret that some members here who have played important leadership roles in the work of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association have not been able to go there. There are other members here who produced important work that is now taken as lessons for how parliaments are run. The late secretary himself played a crucial role in the administration and the quality of support he gave, not only in the region, but internationally and so on. That reputation that Parliament has and has built over time is now in our hands to protect and to improve with the quality of our engagement, regionally and internationally. We hope that in our interaction with other parliaments, we will take forward the best as contained in our own constitution, so that even the private sector, in its engagement with the rest of the continent and the world, acts in the best values as contained in our constitution. We must desist from ourselves acting in ways of the past regime and other parties in the past in which we would be seen as no better than those who acted badly in the world, leading them to being described as a crime against humanity. We hope that we can be exemplary ourselves as Parliament in the way in which we interact with the Act. I fully support, and we must fully support, the Fourth Parliament's declaration on support for Palestine and other countries in their search for peace. We could not have made the progress we have made in these last 20 years if it wasn't for the intervention of the global community in support of our struggles. We equally have that responsibility of solidarity with the people of Palestine and other countries who are facing serious difficulties. Parliament's voice must be heard loud and clearly, consistently, so that nobody has any doubt about where we stand on these matters. We hope that we can produce, including in our practical work, in the committees and so on. It is not just the work of the committees in international relations, but everywhere where we do work of nature that requires international collaboration. That's what we must articulate. I thank you very much for the opportunity and the privilege to participate in this, the first of the Fifth Parliament. We hope that we can produce the best support we can to give to members as presiding officers. Thank you very much once more.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, business will now be suspended for 15 minutes for a comfort break. Bells will be rung to alert members to the resumption of business. Business is now suspended.
That's how it works. So that one only shows the active speaker. So if you really want to confirm that the speaker is there, you must tick for the speaker. Yeah, that's right. That's correct. No, that's we're sorting out.
No, it's not running down there because we haven't put it on for some reason.
I put it on there. It started there and then it stopped. No, let's see if we do this. It's going again, Tanya. It's going again.
Unless it went because
I paused and resumed it. I don't know why I did that.
So the next is Gina, hey?
Photos appearing, yeah?
Leroy says to me now that it only puts the photo up on our one once we click it. But normally we used to have a photo.
Photo was there.
Because when we came in this afternoon there were no photos. The list was active and that, but there weren't any photos. Now if I remember correctly the photos were
fine previously. There were one or two little issues, but photos were fine previously.
But if we Yeah, the card. Time expired.
Time expired. Where is it?
The time expired. Yeah. We're not at E249.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. Oh, that's okay, right? So it's fine.
It's there.
It's to call you back. It's to call you back.
Yeah, until
Yes, he must come down, but
what they told, if he's coming out, we can get yes. No, it's off. He is on his way now. Yeah, he's on his way, but they had said I must continue until here. And he must finish. But if he's prepared to come, yes, let me just wait outside this.
seated. Honorable Gina, it's your turn. Thank you.
Sekela Somlomo, Sekela Mongameli welizwe lase South Africa, malungu eParliament nonke enikhona kulendlu, ngiyabingeleni. Njengoba sibungaza iminyaka amashumi amabili sisembusweni wentando yeningi. Njengamanje No, I'm sorry. Njoba sibungaza iminyaka engamashumi amabili sikule hulumeni wentando yeningi. Sibungaza le minyaka ngenkulu injabulo. Sibe sibuka sijeqeza emuva sibona izinto eziningi ezinhle ezenzekile. Sibe sibuka futhi ukuthi kungakanani sisafanele sikwenze ukuze sithi mesisho ngeqholo ukuthi siuhulumeni wabantu okhona ukuze enze impilo zabantu zibe ngcono. Sisho futhi sineqholo ukuthi siuhulumeni wabantu omelele bonke abantu abakhona kulelizwe lethu. Uma sibala ukumeleleka kwabantu, sibala abantu besifazane, singabhekisa kubantu abaphila nokukhubazeka, singabhekisa kubantu abasebasha, futhi njengoba ngimlana nje ngineqholo lokuthi inhlangano engivela kuyona kaKhongolose iyakwenza lokho, inhlaka zabantu zimekeleleke ngendlela efanele. Kuye kungiphazamiseke ngelinye ilanga mengibuka uthi mubuka ngalesandla sami sokunxele ubone ukuthi ukuba bekuyigwaya yomculo umile ubhidisa ngapha ubungezwe amazwi nje athe uqinaqina ingahlangani kahle lekhwaya. Ngibona ukuthi ngeke kegcine ucabanga ngekhwaya yomculo kodwa ngisho usubheka kuyona lekhwaya yezepolitiki ngempela okusho ukuthi khona ongahlangani ngoba ukumeleleka kwazo zonke lezi abantu, ukumeleleka kwabantu besifazane ngendlela efanele, ukumeleleka kwabantu abakhubazekile ingoba nabo kufanele babe novo ukuthi ilizwe lethu lizophathwa kanjani. Inselelo ke leyo engifuna ukuyiphosa namhlanje ekutheni boza kwethu nihlale nisho ukuthi sila sizomelela bonke abantu abakhona baseMzansi Afrika. Ake sikubone ngezenzo singagcina ukuzwa ngomlomo ngendlela enihlale nimemeza ngayo nikusho ngomlomo. The role of Parliament, among other things, is the promotion of human dignity, equality, non-racialism, and non-sexism. Through Parliament, that is where legislations that prevent or prohibits unfair discriminations are enacted. We have seen this happening since 1994, where we witness a mass of discriminatory legislation being repealed and new pieces of legislation aimed at promoting equality and providing redress of the past unfair practices being passed here in Parliament. I can quote a number of them, more especially that are more biased even to making sure that the disadvantaged and the vulnerable groups like women are being promoted and they are gender sensitive. Women in South Africa, we know that we have come a long way. The ANC has played a major part in drilling in the minds of the people of this country, especially in its members, that women's place is no more in the kitchen. We have all seen the increase in the numbers of women in Parliament since the first democratic term in 1994. At present, we are at 39.2 of the members of Parliament in the National Assembly. Though it is said that we have a decline of 4.6 from the fourth Parliament, kodwa somlomo engifisa ukukubalula kuloko ukuthi siyinhlangano futhi kaKhongolose kule decline esiyibona ibalwa ibeka kabi izwe lethu ebese sazi ukuthi uma sikhuluma ngama MDG goals singelinye lamazwe aphumelele kakhulu ekutheni izimvo zabantu besifazane, where we talk of promoting gender equality and empowering women and making sure that we find abantu besifazane in the key positions where they do the decision making. South Africa ilapho. Kodwa-ke kuloku kuhlehla okusemuva kuleli phalamende lesihlanu esikulona. Yiloko engiqale ngakuthi kubuhlungu ukuthi siwukhongolose siyazi ukuthi akuvele esayidini lethu kodwa kusavela koza kwethu esicelayo ngempela sithi ake siphuthume sibone ukuthi siloko siyakusebenzisa lokho siyabaphakamisa abantu bethu ukuze ngempela sithi mesima sithi siyiphalamende labantu elikwaziyo futhi ukuba represent. Same thing when we go to abantu living with disability. It's a little bit of a disgrace when you look this side and see that I think that is not even in their vocabulary of which there are people like that in South Africa. We are really pleading with you as to say, can you bring them on board? We know they are not disabled in their mind. They can make their own decision. That is why they even came up with a slogan, nothing about us without us. Can we see all of you joining that and making sure that they are represented in this parliament? Honorable Speaker, allow me again, in touching in the discipline when we go to this House in Parliament, the issue of the decorum of the House needs to be understood and upheld. Parliament, by its nature, is made by its members. If there are no members of Parliament, they cannot be Parliament. Same as MPs, they are the ones that define what Parliament can be. Speaker, the recent deterioration of discipline and conduct by the members is worrying and needs urgent attention. Let us hope that as we begin this fifth parliament, it's one of the issues that our presiding officers will be looking at as to say, how do we maintain the decorum and the discipline of this House? The rules of Parliament, as guided by Section 57 of the Constitution that we are all proud of, but when it comes to the discipline, when we get into this House, everybody seems to forget about the Constitution. They are there to ensure that there is order in this House. In any society or institution, if there is no law or regard of law, anarchy prevails. The ANC, as the governing party, emphasizes discipline on its members, and those who are ill-disciplined find themselves outside the organization in the cold. Lapho-ke ngiyathanda sekela mlomo ukugcizelela ukuthi ngempela i-ANC ngesinye isikhathi iyasebenza ngezinto ifane nezinto ezenza ngokwemvelo. Ngizoyibeka isibonelo solwandle. Ulwandle singabibiyela konke silifake phakathi. Singazi ukuthi umuntu uyiphethe kanjani, singazi ukuthi lokho sikufakile kuzolungelana inaso. Kodwa ngesikhathi nje ulwandle libona ukuthi ungcola lokho kulaphakathi liyakhafula kuphume ngaphandle. That is why ke ngimilana nje ngisho ukuthi ngempela inhlangano ka-ANC inhlangano enjalo ekwazi ukukhafula lokho kungafuneki ngaphakathi. Yikho sibabona bebaningi bekhafulekile. It's because the ANC cannot stand the ill-disciplined members within its culture. That is why even here in Parliament we are emphasizing on the issue of discipline. I'm saying this to ensure that members understand the ramifications of anarchy in Parliament. You will have the executive and judiciary as arms of the state conducting their business in an orderly and organized manner, and have the legislature in a state of anarchy. Then the question will arise, who will still respect legislature? Do you want to go out there, kuthiwa iParliament anhloniphekile? Why are we allowing that to happen? Parliaments across the globe have ethics and code of conduct for members that extend to how members of Parliament conduct themselves, in which is different to what we have as South Africa. Our code of conduct, our ethics and code of conduct extend only to financial conduct of members of Parliament. Honorable members, unfortunately, South African Parliament has reached a point where we need to regulate on the conduct of its members. Ukuze sikwazi ukuthi siqhubeke siyindlu ehloniphekile, mhlawumbe impela sekufanele sifike kuleso sigaba nathi ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sibe nemithetho enjengalena. Another plea that we are making as the ANC is that in this institution, the Parliament, there are processes, there are rules and regulations that needs to be followed, and the processes thereof that needs to be followed. Let us stop making a laughing stock of ourselves that whenever there is something wherein we haven't even exhausted the processes within the institution, we run to the courts. Why should we do that? Why are we doing that? Again, we are showing that we don't have trust in what we have. So that is what we are saying as the ANC, that let us understand the Parliament. Maybe it's a challenge again as to say, we have got rules here, let us study them, let us understand them, so that even when you challenge, you contest, you criticize, please do that from an informed position, not what you are witnessing happening in this Parliament of ours. It's just a plea and a challenge that you are giving to the members. Deputy Speaker, our Parliament again is doing very well on international issues. We've got a very good track record. The international work done by our Parliament only needs to receive the attention from all members of Parliament, and also making sure that media runs with the achievements that we get when we perform or we take part on international issues. Parliamentary Group on International Relations, that is PGIR, needs to find better ways of functioning to be effective. We need to have confidence that our House Chairperson, Honorable Roto, will steer the ship towards the right direction. We have seen increased cooperation and effective collaboration in the previous financial year on the SA-EU relations. The discussion of the transformation of the SADC-PF into a full legislation body remains critical, and we look forward to this matter through our contribution reaching its finality. Our participation at the Commonwealth Parliament remains one of the key tools to learn best practices from other parliaments that contribute positively to the development and growth of the South African legislative sector. One of the outstanding matters that we need attention will be the clear definition of the roles of legislatures in CPA, taking into consideration that South Africa is a unitary state, not a federal state. The South African Parliament was seen as a driving force on the key resolution and discussion on behalf of Africa at IPU. There is a need to look at mechanism of monitoring the implementation of IPU resolution, especially those that our country are championing. And as I've said, the critical role and the very important role that we are playing as a country in this organization, like in IPU. At present, we are having the president of one of the committees there in the IPU coming from South Africa, and those are the things that we need to know, and what is the role and how does it affect the communities out there, the role that we play in such areas. Parliament need to enhance the work on building friendship groups with other parliaments. We welcome the establishment of South Africa-Mozambique friendship during the last financial year, and we hope and believe that we are going to see this friendship group, more of them being forged in, so that we get to know and relate more with other neighboring countries to learn good practices that we have. Somlomo, ekugcineni ngiyacela ukubonga, ngibonga ukuthi siwumbutho kaKhongolose siyaphinda sithi i-5th Parliament esingene kuyona kuzoba iParliament elikhuthele, iParliament eliqoqa wonke umuntu okhona ukuthi abe novo. Asikwazi ukwenza lokho somlomo sihleli eParliament, asikwazi ukwenza lokho sihleli singathintani nabantu, kodwa ngazo zonke indlela esifuna nje ukucacisa ukuthi ne-budget vote esizoyiphasisa namhlanje esiyisekela ngako konke esiwukhongolose, ingoba sijabula ukuthi ileyo budget vote esivumelayo ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sithintane nabantu, sikwazi ukuthi senze inhlolombono, sikwazi ukwenza senza ama-oversight sithintane nabantu, ukuze ngempela sazi ukuthi i-democracy sayilwela iyona eqhubekayo, futhi ukhongolose uyathembisa ukuthi uyohlala kulwele lokho impilo zabantu ishintshe zibe ngcono. Ngibonge somlomo.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable D. Carter.
Deputy Speaker, our Constitution provides that all spheres of government must provide effective, transparent, accountable and coherent government for the Republic. Parliament plays a central role in the governance of our country. Apart from its legislative powers, the Constitution expressly provides that all executive organs of state in the national spheres of government are accountable to it, and that Parliament must maintain oversight over the national executive authority and any organ of state, and over the implementation of legislation. I want to put it that this fifth Parliament of Democratic South Africa must undertake some introspection. Are we doing justice to our nation? Doing justice to our mandate as set out in the supreme law of our country, the Constitution? Are we holding the President accountable, his ministers, our governmental departments? Are we exercising meaningful oversight over our executive? Is the executive willing to be held accountable? Are they willing? Are the office bearers of our Parliament, the office of our Speaker, the chairperson of our portfolio committees, our whippery, fostering the notion of accountability and oversight? The answer is straightforward, no. Chair, we can take an example. A lack of time to study departmental reports, to consider them, as we have seen in the last month. We are making a mockery of a process. The fact that the former Speaker appears to have been banished for daring to hold the President of a country accountable, that we have not been able to obtain answers on issues such as Nkandla and as Gupta Gate, that questioning and debate is stifled and ruled against, point to the failure of this Parliament. Deputy Speaker, as you've indicated earlier, exactly what we want is robust debate. Continual reports relating to the abuse of executive and administrative office and corruption.
Hold on, member. Honourable. Yes. What are you raising on the point?
It's a point of order.
Yes.
The former Speaker of this House has not been banished. Therefore, it can't be correct.
It's not a point of order.
Honourable Manope. Proceed, Honourable Member.
Corruption, maladministration, all committed with impunity and with no consequences. This is a serious lack of accountability and oversight being exercised within all three spheres of government. The NDP itself states that there are concerns about whether Parliament is fulfilling its role in building an accountable and responsive state. It is in the National Development Plan. Chair, in conclusion, I wish to state that manner in which time is allocated does an injustice to our democracy. Each one of us is serving in this Parliament is representing approximately 70,000 voters. I know what Honourable Frolick will say. Yet, when it comes to time allocations, parties other than the ruling party and also the official opposition are penalised. Are the votes cast by citizens by preference for alternative parties worth less to our country? Is their voice and concerns less important? Rather than restricting debate and limiting questions, the opposite should happen. This is the time to bite the bullet and to allow the Chihuahua Parliament to become the real bulldog of a nation. We need a People's Parliament that reflects itself as such and not a crony party parliament. Honourable Speaker, we need an honourable Parliament where all these honourable members become servants of the people and realise that the only VIPs in our country is the voters that have put them there. And then we will see the fruits. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable C. Dudley.
Thank you, Chair. The ACDP would like to once again express sincere condolences to the family and friends of Michael Coetzee. Too often people in positions like that of Secretary to Parliament who serve their country diligently and with excellence quietly endure insults and that with regard to the functioning of Parliament do not get the credit they deserve, and it is a shame that one has to die before recognition is given. Thank you, Mr. Coetzee, for your service to your country and its people. We will be supporting this budget, which facilitates the work of this amazing institution and Parliament of the people. Our fifth democratic parliament hit the ground running with the added colour and vigour of many members taking office for the first time. Before I pick up on some of the dynamics this has brought with it, I just want to remind you, Honourable Speaker, of an issue that is hindering the oversight that the International Relations Committee is expected to do. The committee oversees the work of a department which operates primarily outside of the country, and yet the committee is only allowed one international trip in 2 years, and then it must be a study trip and not an oversight trip. As a result, the committee travels within South Africa, mostly doing the work of public relations for the department rather than overseeing the work of the department, and I'll leave that in your hands. Back to our colourful parliament. After hearing suggestions that recent unseemly behaviour should be dealt with, it got me thinking that in the interests of a strong democratic South Africa, we must be careful to defend our freedoms, including freedom of speech and expression in Parliament, knowing that the rules we already have will bring order, and in time possibly even shape a few attitudes for the better. When I first came to Parliament 15 years ago, I knew what I knew, and I had no problem saying it like I saw it and heard it. I often took the liberty of calling the ANC murderers, amongst other things. I felt courageous. I was fearless for my cause. Respect and humility being ignored in my zealous efforts. I was also rewarded with the respect of fellow zealots who, like me, thought our cause was best served by cliches, sarcasm, and being disrespectful. Like the EFF, I did my share of being disruptive, spoke out of turn, reacting to statements I didn't agree with in meetings and in the National Assembly. I was always looking for the most radical way to get my point across. Fortunately, not many of you knew me then. And fortunately, I eventually got acquainted with the rules and practices of Parliament. I also began to understand that it was of far greater benefit to understand the issues from multiple perspectives before assuming that I had the answers. Seeing things through our own eyes is never the whole picture. My attitude was also reflected in what I wore, favouring pantsuits and even sandals. Sorry, honourable newbies, you are not as different as you think you are. Yes, intolerance and rudeness are offensive. What we must not do, however, is become defensive and redraw lines more restrictively than they need to be for purposes of getting our work done as efficiently and effectively as democracy will allow. Right. It looks like I have a few more seconds, so I'm going to talk about PARMED, the proposal, the EFF proposal. Now, the EFF's argument, re-choice, is valid, and yet those who may end up exercising that choice will not only disadvantage themselves, but all of us collectively. One of the first things I took exception to when I came to Parliament was being forced to be a member of PARMED. 15 years later, at 61 years of age, and facing possible retirement at each and every election, I am grateful beyond words to those who knew something about medical aid that managed to keep the status quo.
I regret your time.
Thank
has
you.
ended here. Honorable Frolick, House Chairperson.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy Speaker, members of the Executive and honourable members. On the 7th of May, South Africans in their millions turned out to vote in our 5th democratic elections that also served as a celebration of our 20 years of freedom. The high voter turnout is a clear indication that democracy is indeed deepening in our country, and it also reaffirms our people's faith and trust in the representative institutions created by our Constitution. This confirmed the status of Parliament and the provincial legislatures as the relevant forums for consideration of issues of public importance and to address the triple challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. South Africa is a constitutional democracy consisting of 3 separate branches of government, each with their own unique functions, and not one of the 3 more important than the other. This includes the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. This separation is not by mistake called the principle of the separation of powers. I thus want to repeat the clarion call made this afternoon by speakers in this debate for members of this august House to exploit all the internal processes before seeking relief from the courts. As a case in point, I can refer to the number of cases in the previous Parliament that ended up in the courts with mixed results. The last one that comes to mind is the matter between the Honourable Lakota and the former Speaker of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honourable Mfeketo, where the Constitutional Court ruled that in issues of procedure and processes as determined by the rules, Parliament itself is best placed to deal with these matters. My input in this debate will also focus on the areas of responsibilities of all the other House chairpersons in the National Assembly, as the functions has been delegated by the Speaker. Parliament's role in terms of the oversight and accountability model is exercised in terms of the adopted model of February 2009. Throughout the 4th Parliament, specific emphasis was placed on the implementation of key elements of the model to enhance oversight and accountability. In the 5th Parliament, this work will continue as we move Parliament and South Africa forward. Specific focus will be placed on the implementation of the National Development Plan and ensuring that all committee programs are aligned to this very important government program. As a result, the NDP will be reflected and will be the subject of discussion when the different committees go and do their strategic planning for the annual plans as well as for the 5-year period. Honourable members, during the 4th Parliament, a number of challenges, and the Honourable Chief Whip of the Opposition also raised the matter of certain issues that affected the functioning of committees. These matters were identified by ourselves during the course of our work, and a number of these matters have been attended to. The responsibility, however, rests on the House chairpersons and the Secretary to Parliament to deal with these matters on a continuous basis. At this point, I must acknowledge the sterling work done by the previous Secretary to Parliament, the late Mr. Mike Coetzee, for his visionary and decisive leadership in taking up the challenge and addressing most of these challenges. Various initiatives were implemented towards the end of the 4th Parliament, and others are at the various stages of implementation. These initiatives are aimed at arriving at a permanent solution that will make parliamentary committees function better. The objectives of the approach that we are still implementing is to achieve, amongst other, the following: to develop strategic priorities for the committees in general and individual committees in terms of their mandate, thereby ensuring focused oversight, reducing overlap in the work of committees between the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, facilitating accountability, and improving the quality of legislation passed. To review administrative systems and processes with a view to improve efficiency. To develop training programs for staff and members of Parliament, to ensure improved access to research for committees, and to assess whether the current structure and design of committees are appropriate in ensuring that they deliver on their core mandates. A number of issues have been raised by previous speakers as far as the functioning of Parliament and committees are concerned. I'm thus glad, honourable members, that the Speaker in her speech highlighted the issue around the space utilisation project. In this respect, the 5th Parliament, honourable Speaker, must urgently consider the phased implementation of this project with an emphasis on additional committee rooms and offices for chairpersons and their support staff. Currently, there's no norms and standards for committee rooms. and these must be devised to ensure that all venues meet the minimum requirements and are indeed suitable for our work in Parliament. Furthermore, the filling of vacancies across the different sections in Parliament must receive urgent attention. In certain instances, it takes simply too long to appoint suitably qualified staff to fill these vacancies. The Deputy Speaker has made an input during the debate on the institution supporting democracy. In earlier discussions, the Deputy Speaker has recommended that upon completion of the budget vote process, a series of joint meetings of relevant committees take place with the institutions supporting democracy that account to them. This is to be seen as a continuation of the onboarding program for members in the 5th Parliament. As you should know, honourable members, these institutions have been created in terms of the Constitution with the purpose of supporting and strengthening constitutional democracy, and also protecting and promoting respect for the fundamental human rights of all in our society. It is thus important, for the sake of sound relations and constructive interaction with these institutions, that the institutions and members have a thorough understanding of the rather complex relationship between these institutions and Parliament, their roles and mandates, as well as the issues that you would like to highlight for immediate attention. As from next month, joint meetings will take place between the relevant committees and these institutions where they will deal with the matters I've referred to. Honourable Deputy Speaker, on the 26th of July 2012, work started on the development of the public participation framework after a decision by the Speakers Forum of the 4th Parliament to develop minimum standards for public participation programs by Parliament and the provincial legislatures. This framework was adopted by the Speakers Forum in the 4th Parliament in March 2013. During the development of the framework, the Parliamentary Communication Services embarked on an ambitious project to solicit the views of citizens on public participation. The consolidated report on these inputs were adopted by the Joint Political Task Team of both Houses of Parliament on the 4th of June 2013. It then recommended that the 5th Parliament complete the development of Parliament's own public participation model. This work, honourable members, is critical to ensure that all our people are continuously engaged in key matters affecting their daily lives. I also want to add, Honourable Speaker, that the sterling work done by Parliamentary Communication Services is also an indication of the improvements that can be made to clearly articulate Parliament's views around a number of key issues that doesn't feature prominently in the public domain. We must make better use of the Parliamentary Communication Services to get the views of Parliament and its committees across. Parliament is also a member of the International Parliamentary Union, and issues of ICT are dealt with through the Global Centre for ICT in Parliaments and the International Communications Union, respectively. Parliaments around the world are continuously involved in programs that seek to enhance their oversight work while responding to continued changes in technology. I must say that the South African Parliament is doing groundbreaking work in this field and is a leader amongst parliaments. The joint multi-party focus group on ICT will be responsible for the development of the ICT Strategic Plan 2014 to 2019 and will also oversee its implementation. Political parties are urged to nominate members of Parliament to serve on this focus group that have a particular interest in ICT and also on the development of e-democracy. The first meeting of this focus group is scheduled to take place next week. As far as internal arrangements are concerned, honourable members, internal arrangements form part of the responsibility of the House Chairperson, Didiza. The first meeting of the Quarterly Consultative Forum took place on the 11th of July 2014. This is a forum which, in terms of the governance model of Parliament, facilitate the inputs of members of Parliament on matters related to members' facilities such as training, catering, research, library services, information systems, accommodation, traveling, and other member support services. Experience has shown that the success of this forum depends on the active participation of members. Usually this forum meets on a Friday, and you find it very difficult to get chief whips of parties as well as members to attend these meetings. What we then find is a process that happens in international forums where a process called forum shifting takes place, where issues that are supposed to be dealt with in the quarterly consultative forum ends up in the chief whips forum for discussion, where those members who don't participate take a second bite at the cherry to air their views there. Fortunately, there's an agreement with the chief whip of the majority party that this practice will not take place in this 5th Parliament. In terms of capacity building that the Honourable Deputy Speaker has referred to, we are aware that the work in Parliament has become more complex over the years, and this demands of us to continuously improve on our skills to ensure that we can deliver on our roles and remain relevant in our society. It is in this regard that the 4th Parliament decided and approved a policy for in-house training to be provided throughout the 5-year period to ensure that members have the necessary skills to do their work. The inputs that members gave during the onboarding of members of Parliament on their training requirements will be used to develop this program. The current training program was developed with Palama and comprises of an introductory program named the Certificate in Governance and Leadership, the Postgraduate Certificate in Governance and Leadership, as well as a master's degree in public administration. The training unit will soon be circulating information on these programs, requesting interested members to register. A draft policy on learning and development, which was developed in the 4th Parliament, was presented at the first meeting of the QCF and will be finalized soon. A number of members, and the Honourable Gina has referred to the participation of Parliament in international forums. Parliament is guided by South Africa's foreign policy, actively participates in the various regional, continental, and interparliamentary bodies to promote the African agenda and the role that South Africa plays in this regard. Mention was also made for the Parliamentary Group on International Relations to function effectively. However, we do have a problem that comes from the previous Parliament, and we would like to call on members to ensure that we do not repeat those mistakes. The Parliamentary Group on International Relations cannot function unless there are dedicated focus groups for the different institutions that we are part of. The practice has been that very often members are quite keen to participate in international delegations and to attend meetings of the CPA, the IPU, and other forums, but when it comes to the reporting mechanism, where the focus groups must deal with the report, hardly anyone turns up. I'm sure that this Parliament will be different from those experiences that we've had in the past. The 5th Parliament will thus continue with the work that has been done in the field of international work and also continuously work with the UN and its agencies to ensure that freedom and democracy indeed is felt and experienced by all our people. In conclusion, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I just wish to respond to some of the issues that have been raised by members as far as certain structures of Parliament is concerned. The Honourable Steenhuisen correctly highlights the importance of holding the executive to account, and he raises the issue of questions. However, we do need to be reminded that the executive do not determine the program of Parliament, nor do they determine when question days should take place. The forums that should be utilized is the Chief Whip's Forum and the weekly National Assembly Parliamentary Committee, where these question days must be decided on and put into the program so that the relevant executive members come to Parliament to reply to these questions. The same applies to oversight reports. Indeed, Parliament processes a number of reports. It is the responsibility of the different political parties to use the forum of the Chief Whip's Forum and the National Assembly Parliamentary Committee to see to it that some of these oversight reports are debated. And if the Honourable Steenhuisen haven't done so yet, I'm sure you will make use of this opportunity to see to it that these reports will be debated.
Your time, I regret, has expired, sir.
I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Morena Godi, ko ha o monyetla ntate.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Madam Speaker, Comrade Deputy President, comrades and honorable members. Madam Speaker, the APC supports this budget vote. I also wish to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, and your deputy on your election as presiding officers of the National Assembly. We hope that under your stewardship, this fifth Parliament will enhance its capacity and focus to fulfill the constitutional obligation as the voice of the people to ensure that the budgets we pass and the laws we enact improve the material conditions of the people, restore their dignity and respect. Our challenge is straightforward. 20 years down the line, to improve the quality of life for the African people, ending poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Parliament must hold the executive to account in the interests of the people. I believe, Madam Speaker, that your office must have the capacity to track all commitments made by the executive in this House, as well as the executive's responses to the resolutions of this House. Otherwise, those commitments and resolutions will be meaningless. The APC believes that the fundamental responsibility of elected representatives is to address the grievances of the people. I see my role in Parliament as to see that things are done, not just politics, which is the opportunism of both the left and the right. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I'm aware that there is a letter sent to the Acting Secretary of Parliament from the community of Bukamuso in Kwakwa. I hope Parliament will do justice to these poor people who immediately after the elections faced eviction, and their lives as we speak are completely upside down. Husbands and wives separated, people, women and children sleeping in a hall with no heating, men sleeping in rooms that have no mattresses because when they were evicted, the red ants took their belongings as well as their groceries. So I'm hoping that Parliament will be able to be responsive and ensure that something is done to assist those poor people. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Nyamezeli Boy.
Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, Speaker, and honorable members. It's in our interest as the African National Congress to be able to put things into perspective. We're the architects of this democracy. Quite a number of our people have died, and we're not ashamed. We are not ashamed. We've done and we've sacrificed for this one. But what is important, when you have shouted and finished, let's read the Constitution, because it's quite important for all of us to understand the Constitution, because if we don't, we are always going to waffle, run around, and accuse each other. If you read under Parliament and you read 44, National Legislative Authority, I'm also trying to help you, Madam, as you have spoken earlier, because it's very much important that we guide you. On force is what the Constitution says of this country, which is what the political framework of what we have agreed upon, that we are dealing with a constitutional state. We're not dealing with individuals. He said, when exercising its legislative authority, Parliament is bound only by the Constitution and must act in accordance with and within the limits of the Constitution. And I thought that is very much important for us to read it, because it then explains some of the things that I have to raise, because unless you do understand the processes of Parliament and understand the institution itself, you'll then be able to know how much support you need from the African National Congress for you to be able to arrive at what the other members have said. It's like a war to fight over the medical aid. You see, we want to be able to say to you with ease, and as what other members have already said from the African National Congress, we do understand the existence of our other branches as the Constitution have designed. We do understand that there's a judiciary. We do understand that there's an executive. So it's very much important, Madam Speaker, as you take up your responsibility, and after what I've read out, that you do accept and do understand that while we all complain about the executive and we want to get the executive to account, but no lesser than that, have they ever violated the Constitution? And if we use the Constitution as a guiding document, it becomes quite much important that as you do that, and as what Honorable Frolik have outlined, that we should continue to be guided by the Constitution, not to bash the executive as if they have violated the Constitution. It's within our own operations of how we are doing our own responsibility in Parliament. Now, one of the things that we all like to talk about is how much the voters have delivered. Definitely so. They have delivered, and the size of the executive have grown, and we do know that. But the hard part of life in the growing of the executive, in the capacity of the African National Congress to be able to meet that particular pressure of being able to make sure that each and every member of the executive is accountable, which has been the insistence. I just see that Honorable Mulder is not here, which has been the existence from Lutuli, which is not ashamed of doing that, to say that let's make sure that the executive is accountable. The size, you see, this is where the injustice comes in, is because the size of different parties. If you are only one in your party, what do you expect the executive to do? Stretch itself or bring itself together under one house and listen to one member? You see, that's a challenge. You see, that's what members doesn't appreciate under the National Assembly. Because if you're only the one-member party, what do you expect us to do? Do we take all these different committees and put them in front of you, and then you'll be able to deliver? That's the challenge. I don't know what the National Assembly can do when it comes to that particular challenge. But that's the reality of what the voters have developed, and that's what the reality, that's what the voters have delivered. They've given you an opportunity, and you got voted, and you got only one party, and only one member within the institution. And there are 43 members of the executive that must be held accountable. Now, I don't know what are we going to do within that circumstances. So that no, don't make noise. So that it then says it's important that we do understand that when we say voters have spoken, they've spoken to all of us. They've spoken to the African National Congress, they've spoken to the one-man party. And what we are being expected, if you want to hold the executive accountable, give credence to the fact that you have not had the numbers to be able to hold that executive accountable. And it's in the interest of the National Assembly. That's why cooperation is needed. That's why it's important that whenever we work together, because the African National Congress will go to and fro, we do support what the Deputy Chief Whip have said. We are quite willing to work with other parties. But also, we do say to ourselves that as party members of the African National Congress, that those members that are in the executive are members of the ANC, we do understand what they have to deliver. They have got all of them. None of them, where I'm seated as a member of this organization, have ever showed the fact that they detest to remain accountable. None of them. That's why they are committed to this organization. They are committed to this country. They are South Africans. They have taken it upon themselves to make sure that they deliver. They understand what they have promised the voters. And that commitment can be swayed and be thrown out when they come to the National Assembly. These are revolutionaries I've known for quite a long time. They have contributed to the struggle. And they have got a commitment, and they are working very hard, that they should be able to make sure that South Africa becomes a better place for all of us. And we can't treat them as enemies. We should treat them in a far better way of how do we make sure that we listen to them, and those that have got one-man parties, how do we make sure that they participate in the system. That's why in the rules, the African National Congress support in the rule the fact that it's important, Madam Speaker, to make sure that each and every member of this institution doesn't become a free loafer, walk around, doesn't do anything because it's got one-man party. They must participate in committees so that they don't come to the podium here and say, hold them responsible, but he can't come to the committee meetings. I mean, as a participant, as a man who have been part of these processes, I do know that it's in our interest. Those that claim that the reports have not been presented, I've raised it yesterday, that the officials came all the way from Pretoria and come and present to the different portfolio committees. But listening to the level of our own members, as a member of parliament, none of them are able to say to us that this is what has happened in this particular information and how much have we been able to make use of the information that has been provided by different departments. We understand your capacity problems. We understand the capacity of the challenges that you have. We do our best as the African National Congress to be able to help. And we'll never be able to be pushed around. And we'll always keep to it. We've done it. We've got a history. We've got a record of being able to be very humane in how we handle matters of this nature. We still go ahead. Now, with those that think that we should be intimidated by judgments, but as we understand the different branches of how to deal with the judiciary. You see, the judiciary, they do understand how this constitution works. And they've made a view. You see, they've made a view within, I mean, in the judgment, that's Mazubuko versus Sisulu. They've made a particular judgment. I don't have to be told by you. I'm quite educated. Don't need you to guide me. You see, what the judgment, no, come on, keep quiet. What the judgment of Davis, because you are used to be a madam, I'm not going to be subjected to that. That there is a danger in South Africa. This is what David J. said in his judgment, that there is a danger in South Africa, however, of the politicization of the judiciary, drawing the judiciary into every and all political disputes, as if there's no other forum to deal with a political impasse relating to policy or disputes which clearly carry polycentric consequences beyond the scope of adjudication. In the context of this dispute, judges cannot be expected to dictate to Parliament when and how it should arrange its precise order of business matters. What courts can do, however, is to say to Parliament, you must operate within a constitutional compatible framework. You must give content to Section 102 of the Constitution. You cannot subvert this expressly formulated idea of formation of no confidence. However, how you allow that right to be vindicated is for you to do, not for the courts to determine. So I'm just saying, be warned that there have been says from the same judges who are going to run to go and look for a medical scheme to be sorted out, that they are directing us back to say that amongst ourselves, we should fund ourselves as parliamentarians. We should talk to each other. We should make use of our parliamentary processes. If we have to go to that's why there's a joint rules committee. I'll take you through a workshop. You must come and see me, so that I can be able to guide you. Because it's what is important. What we are saying is the African National Congress. If you have agreed with the framework of the Constitution, if you accepted the constitutional state, you should be able to allow yourself, leave alone, my daughter, you don't know much. I will take you through a political education. So that at the end of the day, what is important is that how you deal with the judiciary and how you deal with the executive and how Parliament reassert itself and reassert its role. Fundamentally, we all agree. We've got a responsibility to be able to go back to our own voters, to say to those voters, we have got a responsibility. We need to be able to make sure that we deliver to them. What we promise is in our manifesto, we are quite clear as the African National Congress. We know what we have written in our manifesto, and we are going to be able to deliver to that manifesto. And we are not ashamed about that. And we also say to yourself, no, I've asked many times in my portfolio committees where I go, that at the end of the day, do you understand what Parliament is making of, what Parliament is made of? This is a lawmaking process. This is where policies are being engaged. Engage us on our policies. Don't be afraid of raising these issues with the African National Congress, members of parliament. They are that's why they're able to debate the NDP so easily, because we understand it and we're engaging into it, because we have understood it, that these are policy arrangements that we are agreeing upon. On how you move around and you are not able to make sure that you put up your own frameworks and you engage us. Because within our system, this is a proportional system. When it's a proportional system, it says that those that have won the votes in the majority are determinants. It's not an abuse of power. We don't abuse power. We've been winning power since 1994 when we were part of our organization. We have been going to the same voters that they've gone to, because it's no propaganda. The problem is that you don't understand what they're talking about. So that at the end of the day, we've been going to these voters for the past 5, you are saying this is the 5th term. We have gone. Even in the ascendance of the African National Congress, in the 100 years that we have existed, we have known what is it that people have walked out of the ANC, and we have known how much mistakes they have made and how far they've been able to go. It's just so that's what I said. We have not even used what you call state resources. State resources came only in 1994. We have put our lives down in this organization. We have got people have sacrificed. We have got blood that has brought this democracy, not through slogans and rhetoric. We've been revolutions that have understand the class content of this revolution. We understand what we're dealing with here. We understand what is the National Democratic Revolution. We are not ashamed, and we're not appealing to anybody. We've been explaining our revolution because we understand what our revolution entails. We understand some of your own members are members of the African National Congress because you don't even understand what they're talking about. So there's no way that we have been able to will be made to be deviating from the responsibility that we've given ourselves. And there's no way that we're going to be able to be told that the Constitution will never be implemented. Because anyone who goes against the Constitution, correctly so, demands our attention. And that will never be ashamed to make sure that we make every member of our own society and a member of our own, of this assembly to be able to comply and work within the Constitution. I'm glad that they are here. I'm glad that they've understood that it's important to go to voters. Now they know what is voters, and they must go back and explain to voters all the promises they've done that they can't be able to fulfill.
Thank you, Honorable Boy. Honorable George.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Parliament performs a vital role in ensuring that the people have oversight over the financial management of their money by the executive. The people of South Africa need to be assured that Parliament is alive to the fact that corruption in the public financial system is an ever-present risk that can be managed by robust oversight and effective rules and regulations. Parliament should serve as an example in ensuring that its own financial management can withstand the intense scrutiny that it deserves. It is unfortunate that the laws and regulations governing the appropriation and use of finance by Parliament makes Parliament ripe for corruption. Parliament's budget is drafted by the Secretary to Parliament and approved by the Speaker and the Chairperson of the NCOP as Parliament's executive authority. The only oversight that members of Parliament have over this process is via a parliamentary committee that was written into law in 2009, the so-called Oversight mechanism. The enabling legislation was drafted by the Finance Committee in 2008. The aim was to give the Oversight mechanism considerable powers to oversee the Secretary to Parliament and the presiding officers. The final outcome, however, was that the Secretary to Parliament, the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the Chairperson of the NCOP had almost unbridled powers to write and approve Parliament's budget. They can create and approve a budget and spend Parliament's money without the Oversight mechanism or any other forum or body of Parliament having considered the budget. They are not required to inform the Oversight mechanism of any impending shortfalls, overspending or underspending to enable it to perform effective oversight. They are not required to inform the Oversight mechanism immediately of any financial misconduct on the part of an official. They are not required to inform the Oversight mechanism of tenders issued or bids received. They are not required to report unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless expenditure to the Oversight mechanism. They are not required to submit quarterly and mid-year budget assessments to the Oversight mechanism, and they are not required to submit audited financial statements to the Oversight mechanism. In addition, members of Parliament do not have free access to information, documents, explanations, and motivations stemming from the presiding officers, the Secretary to Parliament, or the Auditor General on issues relating to the budget. There is no legislative imperative for the Secretary or presiding officers to accommodate the views of members of Parliament on how Parliament's operations are resourced, and MPs are disempowered in carrying out effective oversight of public money and preventing corrupt activities. Even though the oversight mechanism would be weak, it hasn't even been established. In 2010, the issue was placed on the agenda of the Parliament Rule Committee, and officials drafted a set of rules that would allow for the oversight mechanism's establishment. We were informed that the then Speaker of the National Assembly, who was recently re-elected as Speaker, requested the chairperson to take the matter off the committee's agenda. The Speaker and the chairperson of the NCOP are required to write regulations to govern a supply chain management process. When the regulations were finally tabled in July last year, these regulations were weak and lacked the means to fully safeguard Parliament money from corruption. The definition of conflict of interest is so poorly defined that it allows an employee to determine whether they have such a conflict with a potential contractor. It is not considered a conflict of interest to do business with a family member. The Secretary to Parliament can condone all and any failure on the part of an official to disclose a conflict of interest. The Secretary to Parliament has the unilateral power to decide to continue contracts for which the work is no longer required, or in which there has been a material flaw in the tender process, and the powers of the Bid Adjudication Committee are not defined, meaning the Secretary to Parliament has full discretion on which bids are accepted or rejected. The lack of oversight and concentration of power conferred to a select few makes Parliament vulnerable to corrupt practices. Right now, there is a process underway that aims to further weaken and undermine the intended role of the Oversight Committee. Madam Speaker, the Budget Office was written into law in 2009 to empower members of Parliament to produce private members' bills and to amend the national budget. Such is the fear of government that members will actually do their jobs, that it was 4 years late in its establishment, and now that it is established, it cannot serve individual members, only committee requests. Objective met, Madam Speaker, the Budget Office will not help members to complain of government failure. It won't help them at all. Parliament must up its game if it is to set an example of how the executive must be held to account for how to spend the people's money. Thank you very much.
Ilunga elihloniphekileyo, John Forbes.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members of the House, guests in the gallery, the few there are, men and women of South Africa. Now, I do intend to respond to some of the points made here, probably because people were uninformed. But before I do that, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I really want us to recall that we are celebrating Parliament's 20-year anniversary. And let us never forget, it is the institutional expression of the will of the people. The people's will, which is given fresh expression every 5 years or so. And everyone sitting here represents the people. You may have been elected by a few, fewer than the ANC. Nevertheless, you represent all of the people as you sit here. The majority voted for the ANC, that's quite clear, its policies and long-term vision, and it is the best suited to transform society and the state. A strong democratic parliament is one of our best instruments in defense of a democratic state and our dynamically evolving society. Parliament is the primary institute of democracy, is the voice of the people and not the courts. The ANC fully supports Parliament's budget. A significant portion of that budget can well be directed at bumping up and ramping up language facilities, of which we are all concerned about, especially the way it is sometimes murdered in this Parliament. The people put us here in this Parliament, specifically the National Assembly. Yes, we went out and persuaded them, please, this is our manifesto, please put us here. Yes, they put their trust in us, they put their hopes in us, and they put us here in this Parliament, not to dig ditches, but to be their voice and pass laws and check on the impact and implementation of what these laws are doing in the communities. And they are looking at us. Yes, some of us came off factory floors, others came out of kitchens, banks, classrooms, hospitals, trains, law offices, and community work. But here in Parliament, we are all equal. And we are expected to use our minds and our voices to radically change the social and economic lives of our people. Now, the people do respect and admire the courage of our convictions. They really do. However, I sometimes wonder if they necessarily respect the courage we have to wear overalls, gumboots. But I say at the outset, at one stage I wanted to ride my motorbike. And I was told, well, look, do you really think that's quite the right little vehicle? So I refrained and bought a Morris Minor. Now, here in Parliament, symbols are important. They are important. So let us use our symbols wisely, because let me tell you, it is neither accents nor clothes that build your character. The people need us to stand here in Parliament as their custodians of the legislation. Let us show them we care, and let us share with our people, because we all have a shared destiny. To quote the icon, former President Mandela, at his very first sona here in this Parliament, he said, "We must be constrained by, and yet regardless of the accumulated effect of our historical burdens, we should seize the time, and in seizing the time to define for ourselves what we want to make of our shared destiny." And it is that shared destiny that we ought to be thinking about as we pass Parliament's budget. Surely that shared destiny does not encompass opposing everything you hear or running to the courts every time you lose a debate or an argument. Parliament is the premier constitution, and I, for one, wouldn't look forward to seeing the courts sitting here to umpire me as if I'm playing tennis. Now, Parliament has rules that we, the members, drafted. We drafted these rules as members. And new members also have that power and authority to review the rules. So let us appreciate that we stood for election to Parliament. Everyone sitting here made themselves available because, did we want to be umpired by the courts? No, because we believe Parliament is a democratic platform from where we and the people we represent can be heard and where we can make a difference to improve their lives. I do believe you can. Democracy is about arguing points. It is about deliberating on issues. But no, it is not about threatening each other. A strong parliament, of which the National Assembly is one house with sound oversight measures and systems, is part of the transformation of Parliament. Some of us will remember at one point it was like Westminster. There was a Senate, senators, and then we took things into our own hand. We grasped that new constitution, the interim constitution, and said, but this is not South Africa. It's almost resembling a House of Lords here. No, what we need are the provinces right here to bring the people right into Parliament. So we said, let's have a National Council of Provinces. Is that Westminster? Absolutely not. Rather, what we do is we gather institutionally and collectively together. And I wonder how many of us remember that we actually take Parliament to the people, because it is not this building that is Parliament. Parliament is not an architectural structure. It is people who are Parliament. We are Parliament, the people. And therefore, we take Parliament to the people. Yes, we do. We hold committee meetings. And when we take it, we do ensure the procedures are followed and our symbols are there. But that re-emphasizes Parliament is not one place. Parliament will live in the hearts and minds of our people as long as we, their representatives, hold the dignity and do fulfill the trust that they have put in us. Parliament, as a symbol of Parliament, we have above us here the symbol of Parliament. It is about nation building. If you look at that symbol, a very beautiful symbol, the sun is right at the top. It represents us healing the divisions of the past. It represents improving the lives of all South Africans. Yes, we all want our place in the sun. I don't know anyone who wants a place in the snow at the moment. Now, the protea leaves represent our people who are building on the foundation. The protea, the leaves, all the people, they build on that foundation. And that foundation is about an open society. Nobody put a gun to anyone and said, vote for the ANC or the EFF or the DA. No. Freely elected representatives. And then the drum. What is the drum? Of course, some of you may not know the drum, but there it is. The drum calls the People's Parliament, the National Assembly, and the NCOP. And that is truly, truly a reflection of Africa, our cultural heritage. The book symbolizes our constitution, which laid the foundation for the social democratic parliament, an open society based and informed on democratic values, social justice, fundamental human rights. But before I finish, as I did indicate, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I thought it wise just to correct possibly a few misunderstandings. That's how I would like to see it. Now, for example, we had the Honourable Steenhuisen speaking about private bills and committees developing their own bills. Well, let me tell you, as Chair of Trade and Industry in the 4th Parliament, we were the first committee that gave a load of fanfare. We even had a celebratory lunch when we had the Honourable Mario Oriani Ambrosini's bill here. And we welcomed it as an expression of every member of Parliament's right and authority to bring a piece of legislation here. But one of the problems about private members' bills, and it's something we've all got to think about, when the executive brings a bill, we demand ERPs, this policy, this, I don't know, something else, research being done, policy. And can we see it? Thick documents coming from all over, wading through this lot, employing consultants to help us. When a private member's bill hits this floor, can be one page. Siyabonga, thanks. Now, that's a problem. That is a problem. Now, Ms. Moxon, Honourable Moxon, spoke about the location of Parliament. I wish it was in my backyard, so do many other South Africans. But I can tell you now, it has been an ongoing issue for 20 years, the location of Parliament. This is nothing new. Everyone wants it, from Bloemfontein to Blikkiesfontein and others.
Order, Honourable Forbes. Go ahead. I was just saying leave Bloemfontein out.
Oh, yeah. Now, the other issue is about PARMED. Yes, PARMED, I think it's open for discussion, certainly. But we should also remember the cost of other medical aids. But then the other thing, people want ad hoc things here. We don't examine or bring in, section, chapter 9, 8, the commissions, etc. That's not the point. The point I'm making is really the chapter 9 institutions. So is human rights. Yet I believe in the Western Cape, when a report was done, it was thrown out and said, oh, it's subject for review. It's been under review for more than 2 years, I think. Gosh, how long? And then we had many others coming in about a lot of things. But I want to thank the members who shared the debate with all of us and to which I have been part. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I do enjoy giving you orders today. You defied me today. Thank you for coming.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I wish to start by thanking all the parties for their support of this budget vote. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to members for their inputs and also for the spirit in which the debate was conducted. Your contributions are of tremendous importance and valuable, and I assure you that they will be duly considered. There are also, of course, a few matters to which I would like to respond. The issue was raised about Parliament not debating issues of national importance. Let me reiterate the process that is followed in this regard. Section 42 of the Constitution provides that Parliament, as a representative of the people, should provide a national forum for public consideration of issues. This means that Parliament should afford the electorate a platform for public discourse. On and be responsive to matters of national interest or importance. The procedure through which the Assembly programs matters of national importance for discussion is by way of members proposing subjects for discussion by way of notices of motion, when an opportunity to do so arises during the sitting of the House. These notices are then discussed at the Chief Whip's Forum and scheduled for discussion by the National Assembly Programming Committee. In the Fourth Parliament, a practice was started through the Chief Whip's Forum for parties to submit topics for debates on a rotational basis. Might I also add that the Chief Whip's Forum is a multi-party body which takes collective decisions on the smooth running of the House. As I made the point earlier, members of Parliament must ensure that they are at pace or in step with our people at all times. I therefore urge members to continue to propose debates and work through the relevant parliamentary structures to consider programming them more frequently in the future. Honorable members, support to political parties is of importance to the functioning of Parliament. Let me highlight that over the years, the amount provided to political parties to do their work has been increasing. Support to political parties funding for this financial year is 348.5 million rands, an increase of 5.3% over the 331.1 million of 2013 to 2014. The 348.5 million rand for political parties funding is divided into political support for 83.2 million rands, constituency support for 248.8 million rands, and party leadership support for 7.5 million rands for support. Parliament annually determines an amount per member to be budgeted for in respect of constituency allowances. A constituency allowance is payable to all Parliament parties represented in Parliament and is paid to the party and not to individual members. The total amount payable per party is determined by multiplying the number of seats per party by the amount determined per member. Honorable members, with regard to the issue raised regarding replies to questions by the executive, I'm aware that the practice in the Fourth Parliament was for the Speaker to write to the Leader of Government Business to raise this issue at Cabinet level to ensure compliance with the rules of Parliament. We will continue with this practice in the Fifth Parliament to ensure enforcement of this important constitutional obligation. Turning to the questions for this term, as members are aware, in terms of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, Parliament is required to pass the budget by the end of July. Therefore, it was incumbent on the House to prioritize this matter. In addition, the Chief Whips Forum is also dealing with the matter of the questions related to clusters, and the matter is not yet finalized. Let me assure honorable members that in the second term, there will be opportunity for questions to the executive, and let me add that there is no intention on my part to suppress this important oversight tool. On the issue of PARMED membership, let me take some time to explain to honorable members the reasons for compulsory membership. Firstly, while the Parliamentary and Provincial Medical Aid Scheme Act was first enacted in 1975, it was amended last in 1996 by the Democratic Parliament. Parliament has sought legal opinion on whether PARMED complies with freedom of association as contained in Section 18, and was advised that it is constitutional as it does not force membership of an ideological body, and that compulsory membership is in the interest of the society as a whole, even if it does restrict freedom of association. This complies with the limitation section, which provides that it is reasonable and justifiable. PARMED applies to judges, members of the executive, the national legislature by compulsion, as the state must ensure that members of these bodies have adequate access to medical assistance so that they can perform their duties to the best of their ability. And this is a condition of service as a member of a legislature, the executive, or the judiciary. Secondly, there is a good reason why members of the executive, the judiciary, and parliament should not belong to privately owned schemes. It is important that they must at all times be perceived as not being conflicted by ensuring that they are not subject to private medical schemes. No allegations can be made of a conflict of interest when any matter relating to medical schemes or health matters in general arises. Thirdly, if membership of PARMED were made optional, as this is a closed fund with a restricted membership, there would be uncertainty as to the number of members, and this will impact on the scheme and could make the entire scheme unviable or unstable. Honorable members, with regards to re-establishment of the ad hoc committee on the report of the public protector, it is important to understand that re-establishment of the ad hoc committee is a matter that has to be decided by the House and not the Speaker. As honorable members are aware, an announcement was made in the ATC of the 17th July of a letter received from the presidency indicating that since the president is out of the country, he will be in a position to submit the report referred to in his letter of 4 June, soon after his return. We should therefore await the communication from the President. Remember, await. Patience, indeed. Yes, I agree with Honorable Gina that we need to address the issue of the decorum and discipline of members in the House. Thanks to Honorable Dudley for your positive contribution in this regard. In conclusion, I would again like to thank all of you for your contributions. As I have said, they have been noted, and we will do our best to make sure that we address all your important contributions and concerns. I thank you. It's a pity we won't have a glass and cheers later today. Really.
One day.
It's not good.
One day.
Honorable members, thank you very much. I did shake my hand to my office that we must make sure that we do lift our glasses and cheers together. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker. That concludes the debate on Parliament's vote. Members are reminded that the EPC on Trade and Industry will meet in the Old Assembly once we adjourn here. Thank you very much.